Good evening, everyone, and welcome to this meeting of the Northborough Select Board on June 9th, 2025. This meeting will be recorded. If anyone wishes to participate remotely, please refer to the agenda, which is available on the Town of Northborough website. And I should also mention that tonight, after a few items, we will be meeting jointly with the Financial Planning Committee and the Appropriations Committee. So for the Select Board meeting, I just want to acknowledge that we are all in person, so we don't have to do roll call votes for us or confirm that we can hear each other. All right, so first item on the agenda is approval of meeting minutes. We have May 12th and we have May 19th. Mr. Ray, would you like to read a motion?
I move that the board vote to approve the May 12th, 2025 meeting minutes as presented.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Abstain. I don't think I was on the board.
Right. Very good. Okay, so one more time, all in favor of approval? The motion has passed. And for the May 19th minutes, can I have a motion?
I move that the board vote to approve the May 19th, 2025 meeting minutes as presented.
Second.
All in favor? The motion passes. Presented by Jonathan Ray and seconded by Laura on both items. Okay. Second, we have a request for change of manager for Wegmans, for the Wegmans at the Northborough store. And Mr. Rowell, will you tell me if I'm pronouncing your name correctly?
Got it right.
Oh, great. So, you are here you will be the proposed new manager?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us just a little bit about your years of experience there? Or?
I've been with Wegmans for 25 years. I started in upstate New York. I moved to Virginia in 2004 when we opened our first store there. Down there, I wore many hats, but one of them was overseeing beer and wine for our stores down there. I moved here in 2011, opened the Northborough store, opened the Burlington store, was at the Natick store. I've held liquor licenses in both Burlington and Natick. And then just a few months ago, they asked if I would step in over here.
Wow. So you're kind of back home.
Yeah, yeah. It's the closest commute I've had in 25 years.
Oh,
so.
that's great. That's
Yeah.
great. A short commute is great.
Yeah.
Okay, so it looks like your application is in order, and you received an okay from the police background check. So I will open it up to the board to see if we have any questions or comments.
No, I like having Wegmans in town.
We do too.
We appreciate all your support for the community.
Yeah.
And welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you.
Are you doing the summer hours? Has that started yet?
What do you mean?
The summer outdoor?
Oh, it has not started yet. I think in like 2 weeks we're going to start. Right, we're actually having the parking lot paved right now, so it's a kind of a mess if you're heading up there. But it should be cleaned up this week.
Okay, well, we're looking forward to that.
Yeah.
Okay, so, no other questions? Then I will entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, I move that the board vote to approve the change of manager request as submitted by Wegmans Massachusetts, Inc., DBA Wegmans, for their all-alcohol package store license for premises located at 9102 Shops Way.
Second.
Motion made by Jacob Jones, seconded by Laura. All in favor, please raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Well,
Well, thank you, guys.
we look forward to seeing you in the store.
Look forward to seeing you guys.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next on the agenda is highway garage brush hours. I think Scott Charpentier will present about that. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Board, for having me. It's a continuation of discussion we had, I believe, at your last meeting, or the meeting, no, it was the last meeting, You have a memorandum in your packet, I understand. There was a request for some options regarding operating hours and different operating hours available at the highway garage. I'll do a quick summary in case people didn't see the last meeting. You'll see that the gates have been installed and are operational yet at the highway garage. The goal and objective of fencing off the highway garage and having control of the facility with gates is from a security perspective. We have, very expensive equipment and materials outside, stored unsecured, is to prevent illegal dumping. Illegal dumping includes both contractors dumping leaves and brush in the yard after hours, and bulk items being disposed of there, mattresses, furniture, propane tanks, things like that. The operations of the gate would be the same for DPW as it would be for PD and FD. There's a keypad, you push in your code, the gate opens. The gate would be open all the time when we're working, so 7 to 3:30 during the week. We work weekends throughout the spring and the fall. The start date and the end date on the weekends varies based on weather. But every Saturday morning from 8 to noon, the facility is open in the spring and the fall. So the board had questions about additional hours that would be available for operating for the brush and leaf disposal area, which is available to residents only. So I did provide a memorandum with some options. One option I did not indicate here, which in hindsight maybe I should have, leave them open all the time, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, like it is and it has been for 20 years. The other options of what I just described are current operations, which is similar to what we did before COVID. Before COVID hit, residents were allowed to drop off leaves only, 8 to 2 weekdays. Brush was on specific days. There were 3 or 4 Saturdays and Friday afternoons in the fall, and 3 or 4 Fridays and Saturdays in the spring. Those days varied based on, holidays, weather, snow, things like that. Those were the only days that were available for residents to drop off brush. Brush was not allowed during the week. Again, there were no gates, so people did pretty much what they wanted, when they wanted. So that's where we were prior to COVID in 2019. When COVID hit, we could not have people congregating anymore, so we couldn't have people lined up for brush days. So we just left the gates open and said, put the brush on the right, put the leaves on the left. That's where we got to today. There was a request for some data associated with the cost for brush disposal. You'll see on the memorandum provided, the first page has a line graph. The blue indicates the average price per ton to remove and dispose of the material. You can see that rises slightly. There was a drop in FY21. It's largely driven by what facility will accept the materials. The majority of the cost is trucking. So maybe there was a local facility that had a space available, what have you. But you can see the price generally elevates slightly. The volume of materials, which is the cost of the materials overall, which is indicative of the volume, is the red line, which clearly increases year after year after year after year. There was a spike in 23 to 24. That could be as simple as a storm. You get a couple ice storms or heavy wet snowstorms in the spring or late winter. People's yards look like a mess in the spring, and you get a bump in that much material. But generally, you can see it's increasing. So I wanted to provide the information the board requested. There was an email earlier looking for some detailed data on illegal dumping. Public Works does not manage or maintain like a checklist or a log of all the illegal dumping we see. Mechanic's there all day, every day. He looks out the garage door doing something. He sees a contractor pulling in, goes out there, confronts him, says, what is this? What are you doing here? You're not supposed to be here. They generally leave. We don't log that because it would be inaccurate, because there may be 3 trucks he doesn't see because he's underneath the street sweeper changing out the brushes. So the illegal dumping of bulk material, we don't log that either because, again, it would be tough to monitor because we don't look inside the roll-off dumpster every morning to see what people have dropped off. I've seen pool filters in there, furniture, mattresses, anything that's difficult to get rid of, people find a way to just drop it off at the garage. Concrete blocks, brick, old deck, railings and things like their decks that they can't get rid of. Anything you got to run your house that's just cumbersome to get rid of, and maybe you can or cannot put a bulk sticker on it, it ends up at the highway garage, which results in two things. One, it increases our cost to dispose of illegal dump materials, and it removes revenue from the Solid Waste Enterprise Fund in the form of a lower bulk sticker sales. Not a big number, bulk stickers are $10 each. We don't have a lot of sales on those, but, we try to balance out budgets. We try to maintain revenue streams and reducing expenses. So you'll see the suggested increase of hours. This is beyond the workday 8 to 2, and then spring and fall, Saturday mornings. You could add Saturday mornings throughout the summer, so it'd be 8 to noon. Every Saturday from basically snow melt or the end of mud season to snowfall. You could have the spring and fall Saturdays extended through a full workday till 4 p.m. We could add one weekday, the late weekday, let's say a Wednesday to 7:30 or Tuesday, whatever, one weekday to what we already have as operations. And then provide everything, spring, summer, fall, full days, full day Saturdays, or any combination thereof we have in here. I specifically left out Sundays. The highway department is run by husbands, sons, fathers. They can't force these people in 7 days a week for all of spring and summer and fall. That's just not fair to an employee. But these are the options that we laid out. And again, one I didn't include is don't close the gates. Leave us as one of the only municipal DPW yards that is unsecured.
I sent the select board the logs that we do have for police when they're, caught, but
It's usually when they drive through to get gas.
Yeah.
The police department, they'll drive through and get gas at the shift change or in the middle of the
Right.
shift.
Yeah.
So that's typically when they get them. I've called them a couple times, I get a picture, and I don't have a chance to confront. I see a landscape truck leaving, and you get a picture, and you call the chief, say, hey, here's a plate.
yeah.
And often it's a drive out and a knock on the door and explain to them what they're doing wrong, and you saw from the logs that they just come back.
I know.
And you can tell, when you go to the garage, you can see the pile. I mean, there's an obvious dump truck of grass. I mean, when we bring our grass, it's in a barrel, it's in a bag, it's in, whatever you can get. This is a 3-yard, 2-ton pile of grass. Nobody brought that from their home.
Any comments or questions from the board?
I have quite a few.
Okay. Why don't you get us started?
Sure. So I have a lot of questions on a lot of this project. I think the first is, I saw $90,000, and being from the Financial Planning Committee, I was surprised it did not go before the Financial Planning Committee. Can you add some color to that?
I'm sorry, one more time?
I was surprised it did not go before the Financial Planning Committee, and it was done through an operating budget and not a $90,000 investment.
Mm-hmm.
Why?
It's not part of the financial policy for the Financial Planning Committee. Financial Planning Committee does not manage the operating budget. They manage free cash, from my understanding. I haven't seen the policy.
I don't know, and John, I'll go to the chair of the Financial Planning Committee. What's your understanding of a $90,000 capital fence project and where it should go? What committee? And this is, I just want to learn and set expectations among the board, and
As of this moment, that was not presented to the Financial Planning Committee as a capital request.
in your opinion, should it have been?
I don't have enough information to opine on that.
I would like to get some clarity from Financial Planning and Appropriations of which committee a project like that should go before.
And I don't know how much of that may have come out of ARPA money either. I have not enough data to.
I believe ARPA denied it.
No, we didn't.
It wasn't requested.
It was not
of ARPA,
requested,
no.
okay.
Came out of the operating budget. My understanding, and I'm not the financial director, I'm not the finance guy,
Yep.
is operating budget comes out of the appropriations. Appropriations reviews, makes recommendations to the town meeting body. The town meeting body approves the budgets or amends them, and then the department head is responsible for managing those budgets.
Jason, it looks like you had a comment.
I would just say our financial policies call for a certain definition of what a capital project is to qualify as a capital project and be heard through that process. Frequently, there are facilities projects that approach that cusp. So this one was on the verge of that, and I know this was originally in a capital plan, but it came in for less than what it was originally in the capital plan for a future year to be done. So typically, a lot of times a budget will be managed where what will be unknown, like again, later tonight, you're going to hear transfer requests related to snow and ice and things like that. So as we move through a year, we don't necessarily know how much costs some things like overtime and other variable costs that happen throughout the year within the operating budget. But within the facilities budget, there are frequently projects that are conceived of that approach and are within the same guidelines as what would qualify as a capital project. This was taken from operating funds, so it was not a unique capital project.
Okay, so if I understand correctly, it could be in either
Either or, yes.
So then, in terms of how this was budgeted, what line item did you budget for in the operating budget for it? And was it over 1 year, 2 years, or 3 years?
It was over 2 fiscal years. We went without a town engineer after Fred Litchfield retired and without a assistant DPW director. So we had surplus budget funds available under that item. And the value of our recycling materials came in lower than projected, or higher than projected. So our cost to process recycling materials was lower than budgeted. So part of the cost.
This is part of the issue I think we have the town with trust. Here we are with deciding to put something because we're underspent here and do a $90,000 project over 3 years, and we're doing it in a way that takes something away from the town. And it looks from the outside, it looks arbitrary. Not saying that it wasn't more well thought on that, but I'm surprised that we're just deciding to go and fund these things incrementally through an operating budget because we're below in a line item, head count or with other, and doing something like this without visibility.
It was in the capital plan, the prior fiscal year, for FY '27.
I would say this, with visibility, it was proposed through the administrator's office, and again, it wasn't Steph that was here at the time, but I was in favor of it because of the legal dumping, and I saw the increasing cost that was the annual operating cost for the solid waste fund. I know that's one thing that's been an issue in town is the increasing general fund subsidy to the solid waste enterprise fund. So
Jason, I appreciate
it was something that was looked at, and we considered it carefully.
And
before the end of the year.
it's not like this was hidden or you marked the money for something else. Like this, as I believe, Scott, you said, and Jason, appropriations had reviewed this as part of your operating budget?
No, it was on the capital plan.
Right.
Prior town administrator was talking to us about capital items. We had been looking at doing a much less costly approach. Pipe rail gates and a fence was the original thought. There became some challenges when it comes to FD and PD, fumbling around for keys when there's an emergency. That's not what you do. I discussed it with the former town administrator. It was on the capital plan.
But this is precisely the point. We're talking about being in the capital plan in 2027, and we're talking about not budgeted in the operating budget, and we're talking it done in the operating budget. Like, from my perspective, it doesn't feel visible, and I think the town is surprised.
Well,
when they see
you could
a
say that,
fence
but
that's-
the prior town administrator was clearly aware of it. I don't know what other select board members at the time may or may not have been aware of what was presented. We don't have the materials. I'm not saying you're wrong to question it. I'm just saying, we're here to discuss hours and whether or not to lock the DPW garage. It just seems a little off track.
Respectfully, I think when you're talking about the project in its entirety, it's appropriate to understand how we got here. Specifically because I think there's a lot of people that will be surprised when they understand how this is proposed.
Right, but whether or not you agree with the funding mechanism for the gate, it doesn't negate the fact whether or not that gate needs to be closed. Like, the gate's there, and we need to decide what hours that gate's going to be closed.
Normally, I'm sorry, Jacob.
Jacob?
Madam Chair, just very briefly, I have some questions related to the second part, the operationally, what are we going to do? But I really am hearing Mr. Ray's point, and I would actually suggest maybe, Madam Chair, if maybe on our next agenda, just an idea that we put, my opinion is that this select board should implement a policy, and we can discuss it and debate it in a future meeting, of course, but something to the effect of, in my opinion, would be that when we have an operational budget of one of our town departments, which is such and such a dollars for, I'm just using the example that was given here, a town engineer or another FTE for something else, that position's not filled, that line item can't just be reappropriated without going through at least us, or if we decide one of the other committees, but it can't be done just by the TA or the
Yeah,
leader of
we
that
can
department.
talk about all of this offline. There's charters we have to go by and rules and already standing policies. So we'll talk about it offline.
In the past, we've been able to take items off the capital plan either through grants, through operating budget expenses that weren't realized during the year. There was a highway garage generator that was on the capital plan, I don't know, 6 years ago. We got denied a grant for it. We're probably 50% through limping our way to get that, a generator installed there without utilizing any capital funds, any free cash, or borrowing. Right now, the fuel island doesn't have power. When the highway garage loses power, there is no electricity at the fuel island. So PD, FD, DPW, we cannot pump diesel or gas. We had hoped to get a grant through FEMA, their hazard mitigation grant program. After the last blizzard, we were denied. We were able to get a surplus generator that we're in the process of wiring up. We're hoping that this fiscal year, FY25 and FY26, will allow that to be installed so that the fuel island will have electricity during emergencies. In years past, when you were able to accommodate, meet the need of a capital project without going to free cash, without borrowing, and having it come in well under the projected budget, it was often received positively. So if that's not the case anymore, I won't do that anymore. I'll just come to the board asking for permission to do improvements like that. I just won't, I don't have to. I mean, it used to be a good thing when we did that. If it isn't, that's fine. If the I don't want to say the rules of engagement, but if the rules in the planning board change, that's fine. I mean, I'll wait till the end of the year, we'll go to appropriations, we'll have a special meeting. Can I do this? That's fine. I'm okay with it. The gates, the operations. Thank you, Mike. If the board chooses to leave them open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, who am I? That's your decision, not mine. I think what the right thing to do is to secure the facility so our equipment and our assets are safe and secure, and people stop illegal dumping. I have no idea what could end up in one of those dumpsters, and it could become very costly for the community. But if you want to leave it open, that's fine. They don't have to close. It's okay.
Well, I think that, in the past, items were always met with, full endorsement. This particular situation is just causing a lot of questions and concern because it's affecting a lot of how we get rid of our grass clippings and our leaves, and we had gotten pretty spoiled being able to do it at midnight if we wanted to.
Mm-hmm.
But I understand your point, and I think we should discuss that when there's a project that will affect people as much as this one is, that somehow we have more of a discussion on how to do it. So that is for the future. You, right now, have the floor for your questions, so.
I will.
I'm sorry, Mr. Ray, just to respond quickly, Chair. I'll need to know what that is.
Oh, sure.
What is
sure.
impacting the community? Because everything we do
Yes,
impacts the
yes,
community.
yes, mhm.
I change hours at the cemetery. We remove shrubs that are overgrown on a neighboring grave. I mean, that affects the community. So I'll need to know where that bar is set
Yeah,
for the
okay.
future. Okay.
That will be a difficult one, but
Okay.
we'll let you know.
Hopefully
Okay.
this one will be more clear. I do have another question, and Steph, I will table a lot of this stuff, but I do also want to understand the bid process, and candidly, this may be like new board member stuff, but I understood OCD to have these go out to bid for items over $50,000. And that's not what I saw in the response or how I read your response. So there is a, this is really important. This aside, the way we do budgets, the way we approach them, the way we treat taxpayer money is incredibly important. And we need to spend time on that. We'll do the budgeting process earlier. But when I see this, I look at all the things I've learned in 2 years on the Financial Planning Committee and just as an observer, and I just see something that doesn't make sense. And not just the gate.
Regarding procurement?
Regarding the pieces I've described, procurement one of them, and again, this may be my education, but it's my understanding, for items over $50,000, it should go out to bid.
That's not correct.
Okay.
The state has a lot of contractors that are on the state bid list. They're qualified to do work. Premier Fence is one of them. They're under a TRD 01 contract. Few tree contractors are as well, tradesmen. Renaud Electric is on the state bid list. They've been vetted for quality. We engage them through the state contract, which is completely allowed. When it's a more all-encompassing package that I need to have an engineer come in and design and put out to bid, meaning it's multiple trades, we'll do that. Very little of 3039M horizontal construction is included in the state bid list. Some of it, crack seal is, but we don't do that. I prefer to go out to bid and bury that into another contract, because a crack seal alone contract could be very expensive, because our quantities are kind of small. So one of my jobs is to make sure that what we build and what we purchase is done correctly and cost effectively. So, for example, vehicles. We can go out and we can get quotes for vehicles off the state bid list and award to the low bidder. And then we'll end up with a Freightliner, 2 Volvos, a Mitsubishi, and a Mack, or an International. That's a horrible way to run a shop, to have 6 different types of equipment. So we have municipal procurement groups that allow us to purchase F-350s, F-600s. So we don't end up with 2 GMCs and a Dodge and a couple Fords and a Mitsubishi. That's an efficient way to run an operation. So there's a lot of opportunity in procurement to go out on the street and get multiple bids for relatively generic work, and there's also state bid lists that you can work through. This project was the fence project. We did not engage a design engineer. If it went out to on the street to bid, we would have engaged one design engineer, which would have included likely a civil engineer as well as an electrical engineer. Bid services and design would probably, I'm going to guess, $30,000 maybe 40. That wasn't done. I worked with the designers at Premier Fence. We have them under contract to do our guardrail work already. They've been vetted out by the state. And they did the same thing with the electrician. Walked through the site with 2 different electricians, got 2 different ideas, because I don't do that for a living. Both of them were on the state bid list. Got numbers from them, awarded it to the one who offered the best solution and the best price, and went forward. In the future, I'd be happy to, it's much easier for me to just hire an engineer and say, I want a gate, and then go away and give them a $30,000 check, and then put it out to the bid on the street and see where the numbers come. That's way easier for me.
And we don't need to belabor these points here. We can move on to the actual fence, but I am referring to GLC 149 and 44A, and it may be, this could be purely my education. And
149 doesn't apply here.
and I think that's something that's worth taking offline, and so
Okay.
I appreciate that.
I'm happy to talk about anything anytime.
Yeah, thank you.
Anyone else from the board?
Yeah, I mean, it's not an option, but we could keep that gate closed the entire time and save us $160,000 a year in debris disposal. And like we say with household trash, hire someone or deal with it yourself to dispose of your brush and your leaves.
So I did speak with our solid waste collection company last week in response to this agenda item. They do offer a curbside pickup, leaves and brush, to other communities. It's not, they don't have to, so it would be if they choose to, and if we choose to. I don't have a price for it, because I don't want to go through that effort if it wasn't warranted. Some other communities will get 2 weeks I'm sorry, 2 weeks in the spring, 3 weeks in the fall. That's kind of typical. Spring cleanup, they drive around the town, 2 weeks of their trash pickup, they do it, and then maybe 2 or 3 weeks in the fall. Some do 1 and 2, and that's it. Some do just in the fall, so you can stockpile this stuff all spring and all summer, and in the fall, they'll pick it up. It's a fee, obviously, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be less than the number we're paying to get rid of this stuff now. And it's right at the curb, but you're going to be stockpiling stuff in your yard for months. I mean, that's an option. I don't, that's, other communities do that. I haven't looked into it with Harvey's yet, but I'm happy to, if you like.
Okay, we have people anxious to speak. Go ahead, Scott.
Yeah.
And just state your name and address.
Yeah,
and-
thank you very much. Scott Rogers, 26 Tomahawk Drive, also Chair of the Appropriations Committee. I just want to, I stood up before Mr. Charpentier made the points I was going to make, so let me just reinforce that historically, we've encouraged department heads to take care of operational security issues immediately or as soon as possible. And we've encouraged them to do that in a fiscally responsible manner. We've also encouraged department heads historically that if there's something in a future year on a capital plan that can be accommodated through a different funding source, application of grants, usage of operational budget that's not expended for that year, that brings the project forward. So we get that time for money advantage of doing it early and within the current budget. And so that historically has been very strongly encouraged and always applauded when the department heads come forward and take care of, in this case, a security issue, a property protection issue, and if it was done as a project, as Mr. Charpentier mentioned, it would have gone, if it had gone out for bid and required design work, it would be a much more expensive bid. So, as Mr. Charpentier said, if that's guidance is going to change, our department heads are going to need to know that and receive clear direction from you to not do and not encourage the additional protections and the cost savings as they run their departments. Thanks.
So just a question for you. Appropriations was fully aware of this project when you...
We don't get into the details of every facilities adjustment and all that. So we would, if it came through as a capital project, it would have been reviewed. But the time of the budget creation, not all projects are known. Not all operational projects are known. Okay. So at our review of the budgets, we knew what the plan was for that particular department. Every door replacement, garage door, we don't get into that level of detail, of course, right? And I would say nor would we want to, right? You want to give the department heads the flexibilities to take care of their facilities as efficiently as possible. What's happened the last few years with the creation of a dedicated facilities manager, right? And the combined contracts across the facilities, these are all good things that we've done to improve our facilities posture, right? The facilities inventory, remember that as well, right? And all of the maintenance activities that are needed. Those are the things that we want to make sure that on that hit list of all the things that need to be done across the facilities, the department heads have the flexibility to, at their discretion, get those projects done and not incur additional costs for the town.
Right. And I think everyone agrees that saving money is a goal. Okay.
Thank you.
Jacob, did you have a couple of questions?
Just a couple, and just really quickly on that comment, I want to make clear my suggestion earlier of putting this as a future agenda item was particularly to have a robust discussion and hear the points, because I probably don't have all the information needed, but I think it's a discussion that should be had, and it's probably not fit clearly within one of our agenda items today. So that's why I suggested we actually have that discussion. It clearly, my concern was precipitated again by this situation where we have a very defensible project that was put in with lots of good reasons behind it, but the A costs a lot of money and B is going to cause a lot of citizen disgruntlement that didn't go before any town board. That's the concern. So we move. So now I do have some practical kind of questions. during the so I saw that the, sort of the, it's relevant now because it's hopefully not snowing anymore. We'll see. But until next winter, it looks like the salt mix is put outside the gate.
Correct, yes.
I mean, so that was, well, I'm glad you thought about that, because during the winter, if the gates are closed and people need some salt mix for their driveways, they'll need that. I, personally, having used that salt mix, and trying to throw it through a spreader to cover lots of ground, it gets really clumped together because it gets wet a lot. And I'm not saying, well, let's go have another capital expense and put a roof over it, but it'd be nicer if they could get to the wet, to the dry stuff, which flows better, but.
You can put a shed roof on it like you would see over a wood pile. That's fine, as long as it obstruct sight distance for the large dump trucks leaving.
Yeah, so I'm not saying that's a solution, I'm just thinking of.
It would help.
When, other collateral reasons that folks have wanted to go on there legitimately in the past, that this might impact.
We did have residents, quite a few times this past winter, there was a shortage in salt, bags of de-icer. So, I don't know, at least a half a dozen times I remember, we had to ask residents to leave the salt shed because they were driving in there and taking bags.
Yeah, I had to
Like
chase
it-
somebody myself.
Yeah, like
filling up a bucket.
it's like we buy pallets for one of them. I thought this was for the residents. You think a
Granted,
pallet-
I was in there stealing salt. What are you doing in here?
I tell them, but there's no way a pallet and a half of salt is for, 15,000 people, so they generally understand they're stealing.
I understand. Anyway, so I just wanted to make sure that we weren't only thinking about the yard waste issue, but we were also thinking about being able to access, hopefully not completely clumped together salt when it comes time to do that. One other thing that I was thinking of, I reviewed, I won't go into any specific detail, but I reviewed all the police reports that were gathered. There were a number from 2024 and a number from 2020. Post-COVID, it looked like the 2020 ones were. A lot of those, and I understand that that's going to only be a small, tiny tip of the iceberg that's maybe not representative, but almost every single one of them, it looked like there was a language barrier issue. And so I wonder if we did have a sign put up, if it was maybe in more than one language, probably Portuguese being one of them, just given by these police reports. Or Spanish, Portuguese, I don't know what are the primary.
I've encountered people with several different languages down there.
Yeah, so it could be,
all over the world.
I don't mean to be
so.
exhaustive, but,
No, I
but
understand.
anyway, so folks who maybe are making an error, who didn't know that they were, who if they had the information in their language, they maybe wouldn't be doing violations that it appears that the police department were able to find. How much of this is an education question where, people who just don't know, and law enforcement officers who, no offense to them, can't communicate effectively with them because of a language issue. How do we get around that? Because reading some of these police reports, it seems like if there weren't a language issue, the problem probably would have solved itself. But then the other thought I had from this, reading some of these police reports, it seems like, and then again, this goes back to my comment in our last meeting, if we had a camera placed in a location that could pick up a license plate, I'm not suggesting anyone monitor that 24/7, but if, we were talking in our last meeting about possibly having someone who is working, I forget what the name of the program is, but working some time for the town.
Oh, senior worker.
Senior work off, yes. That there was some concern about stationing them there on a Saturday or something like that, because there was some, justifiable concerns with who would want to volunteer to do that, or even to enable some Sunday hours. It seems to me that if there was an ability to keep the gate open during some unstaffed time with a camera there, and maybe a senior work-off person whose only job is to sit in a comfortable, safe place somewhere where they're authorized to review the tape footage for that period of time, and to go run and see who dumped what there, and if there looks to be anything interesting, forward the information to the police department. And if there's a out-of-town license plate dumping clearly illegal stuff in our place, they're going to have reasonable articulable suspicion to go commence an investigation with that person and take appropriate action. And that would stop the illegal dump. You put the camera there, make it known that it's going to be enforced, and that would allow you to maybe have a middle ground of, say, I'm just hypothetically saying, keep the weekday 8 to 2 that's been proposed, And then the Saturday and Sunday hours be unstaffed during, again, a limited hour period of time, to where it's not open overnight, but during the limited times that it is allowed to be open, we can at least have a record of who goes there, so that if there's continues to be a problem, it can be followed up. I'm just trying to think of solutions that don't completely eliminate the ability of someone to go when it's only the weekend that they mow their lawn, and that's the only time that they have to go dump their grass somewhere. I mean,
I'm happy to implement whatever the board chooses without hesitation. We do have a big sticker right on the dumpster, the roll-off, that says, you're on video surveillance. And like I said last time on the Zoom, there was a recliner right next to it. Yes, I wish I could put up a sign with 4 languages and just put a sticker that says you're on camera. People obey the rules and laws. They don't. And generally, I always thought that, prevention was preferable over enforcement. But if the decision is to do cameras and senior work off, that's fine. I mean, we'll leave the
Although
gate open all
cameras
day,
cost
every day.
money.
Well, cameras cost money, and plus enforcement costs money. Somebody on the police department or somebody who's making, an hourly wage that's billed back to the town is gonna have to follow up on this, investigate, run it down, or we could have just closed the gate during a certain hour so they can't get in. I mean, and my comment before about like, well, we could just get rid of this, keep it closed entirely and drop that from our operating budget, that would save a lot of money. That's not necessarily what I'm suggesting, but we saw the reaction at town meeting with the amount of increase in property taxes. I think, we're going to have some real conversations and hard conversations about things we're going to have to cut back on and tweak, and we're having like a hard time around leaves and brush. There's bigger stuff to stay under 2.5. We may have to tweak and cut and not have that, frankly, is probably more important than leaves and brush. So, I guess that's kind of my concern. There's the leave and brush part, but then there's also the security piece. There's a lot of expensive equipment at the highway garage, which if anybody can, I'm surprised no one's stolen anything yet. Hopefully they're not listening and know that it's just unlocked and so that's my thing. And I think, I think Scott, as a department head, it came with, I think, a reasonable proposal about limiting the hours. I think there probably should be some limitation. Whatever we want to go beyond what he's laid out is going to cost additional money. Granted, if those expanded schedules beyond above are sort of all-in costs, right, Scott? So add Saturday mornings throughout summer, additional costs, that's for that entire summer. 2,800, or is that correct?
It's about 25,000 all in. I mean, if you did everything, Saturdays throughout the summer, extend them all to 4 in the afternoon, have one late weekday. I'm sorry, it's about $15,000 all in, because the 11 wouldn't be covered. You wouldn't need that.
Right, so we're not talking about maybe a lot of money, but again, it adds up. And it's like one thing, like, could we make an adjustment here to save a little bit of money, save ourselves in the illegal dumping, that's gonna save the town additional money, and it's gonna take some risk off the table by having our very expensive capital improvement paid for equipment safely behind a locked gate. I just think we should be able to come to some agreement about pulling back and limiting for those reasons, because there's probably going to be bigger fish to fry as we move along in this process, and things we may have to pull back on. So I'm certainly okay with unfortunately inconveniencing myself and other residents, because like everything convenient in life, people ruin it. And it's being ruined with the illegal dumping by the commercial vehicles, and then people throwing trash in the dumpsters. And, we have to make some adjustment to the hours, and closing that gate, especially during, closing that gate during more hours and having the facility secured, I think is the right answer. Sorry, Laura, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Just one quick comment. I definitely understand the need to have the gate. I don't like the idea of spending more money to man the gate. And I'm wondering, this is going to be a shift. can we extend the hours and not hire additional people? And see if that solves some of the illegal dumping that's happening overnight. And if the contractors are still doing their dumping during the day, then we come back and review it. You know, you've done a great job communicating the need for this. I'm just concerned about how disruptive it'll be, and if we can just protect our equipment, you know, dawn to dusk, or dusk to dawn, and see if that helps solve some of the illegal dumping and the money without an extra cost.
It's just a matter of somebody opening and closing the gate. And we're currently in negotiations with the collective bargaining group. There are minimum callbacks for overtime. Right now, the minimum callback is 2 hours. So if we were to have somebody come in to close the gate, you're paying for 2 hours. Overtime, as opposed to my thought, was not necessarily having somebody sit there twiddle their thumbs for 4 hours. You open up a few garage doors, you look like you're in full operation, and they're inside doing something. They're sharpening mower blades, they're, you know, cleaning a truck, they're swapping out the gutter brooms, they're doing something. But people are less likely to throw mattresses in a metal dumpster when the garage doors are open. Contractors are less likely to come in there and dump 3 yards of grass and leaves when the garage door is open and there's a truck outside. Just looks like we're occupied. We are. If, you know, the option is to have somebody come in and close the gate, we can have our staff come in, we could have a resident close it, anybody, I don't know, PD, FD.
I don't
they're
wanna pay
open 20
overtime.
They're open 24 hours a day. I don't know, library closes it on their way home, I'll give Jen the code. I don't, whoever closes you, I don't care. You know what I mean, whatever works, I'll do it.
Hi,
Hi.
Mr. Frankel, right?
Right. George Brankel, 3 Little Pond Road, and I'm not really speaking from the standpoint of the Appropriations Committee at the moment, but
Okay.
just, I understand the reasons behind considering this, et cetera. And so, but what I would like to ask is whatever we decide, whatever hours the gates are open and closed, could we do an assessment to see whether it has the effect that we think it's going to have? In other words, would we see a decrease in illegal dumping? Or, you know, one way is number of incidents, one way is look at, you know, will we see a decrease in the amount of brush and grass that shows up? But I think looking at it and saying, did this indeed have the effect we desired, is an important process. And that can inform us as we go forward, looking at other projects to make sure that the money we spend to accomplish it is getting the result we're looking for. And if it isn't, we can think about, do we need to further restrict the hours, you know, down to the point of 0 or whatever. But with doing something and then not looking at the results, sometimes you have no idea whether you had an effect or not. And so I think making it a point to look and see, is this accomplishing what we desire, would be a really good
Yes,
idea.
we do that anyway.
I
Yep.
track
Yeah.
this graph. I didn't spend
Yeah,
days
it would be-
producing it. This was, every year, every
Right.
time I get an invoice, we put it in, how much do we spend for logs, street
Right.
sweepings, everything, tailings. I mean, I know where all that money is, and it'll continue. So
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
after a year or two, we can look and hopefully
Hopefully we'll see that.
little
that
red
line
line
go-
starts
yeah.
going down a little bit. That's
Exactly.
my hope.
That's kind of what I'm looking for, and then sharing that information and saying, hey, this had the effect we desired. So,
Yeah, we
okay.
share that through the normal
Good
budget
point.
process.
All right.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Chair. We have somebody who's had his hand up for some time.
And it's Doug Stone.
Yes, so do you want to go?
Yeah, please.
Okay.
Sorry, you'll be. Good evening.
Hello. Yeah, I was just saying, Wayne had suggested to the board to build an enclosure around the dumpsters and then just lock it. And also the senior work off that you'd mentioned, and then have the police lock it up, as Scott suggested. So I think those are cost-effective ideas.
Was everyone able to hear?
Yeah, he said senior work off and having a police officer lock the gate at the end. Yep.
I think you need to share your address as well, Doug.
Okay, 33 Birch Hill Road, Northborough.
I think he said, I couldn't hear him. Did he say-
33 Birch Hill Road, I believe?
Yes.
Yeah, he said have the police
Have the
lock
police
it.
lock it, as Scott
And
suggested.
build
Yeah.
enclosures around the dumpsters,
Got it.
I believe is what he said.
Okay, so we have a lot of options, and maybe we have another.
Just don't use operating
A lot
budget
of
to build
ideas.
those enclosures. Whatever you do.
Jeff Knight, 6 Lancaster Drive, and I'm on the Appropriations Committee, but again, I'm just speaking as me. And I was a police officer for a long time in a municipality, and we had a similar setup at the DPW garage site where we filled our gas tanks and all that stuff, and kind of a similar setup. We had a shop and all that. And I do think that patrol officers on the weekend, it'd be pretty easy to do the opening in the morning, the closing in the afternoon. I don't think it would be a big deal at all. And Brian's not here. I hate volunteering for him. He's not here to speak for himself, but I don't think, because it would be free. I agree with Scott. It's silly to pay 4 hours of overtime on one day to have, and I also agree of making people come in on Sunday, but at the same time, Sunday's a big yard work day for a lot of people. And the residents, it is a big deal. But I also do want to say that I would also love for patrol officers just once in a while, weekday, weekend, just once in a while, go through and spot check somebody, ask to see an ID, and see if they really live in Northborough. I would love to get asked to show my ID. I've dumped stuff over there, and because I would love to know how many people are coming from other towns and dumping their stuff over there, because it is expensive. And I'm willing to bet they're not all from Northborough, and you don't know. There's nothing on your car that shows where you're from. And I would love to see a spot check and just see if it's being abused, because it's illegal. This is for town residents only. You're trespassing if you're not. And anyway, just something to suggest to Brian one day. If, hey, you're having a slow day, nothing going on, why not drive through? If you're filling up your gas tank, you see somebody over there, they could just walk up. Hey, how's it going? You mind showing me your ID? You live in town? Why not? I'd be happy if someone stopped me and asked to show my ID and show that I'm a town resident, because this is for town residents, and it is very expensive. As Scott's, I don't know how many times we've gone over that, how much this costs the town, but at the same time, it's a huge, huge benefit for the residents. Mm-hmm. And I think we'd all hate to see it go away. So, just a few thoughts. Thanks.
Anyone else?
Just a few thoughts. One is, I did drive through the DPW and I took a picture I forwarded to Steph and to Scott of the sign about, it's very small, it's a lot on there, it's not a real no contractor dumping, or it's easy not to read it. Like, there's a lot to absorb that doesn't necessarily flow. I didn't see the security, I believe you.
It's on the dumpster, it's not on that side.
No, I know, but like, as a deterrent, like, we've got this big building, you could put a sign that says security cameras, like, on both sides, and, like, I just think those deterrents are effective when it comes to things like seeing that cost start to go down rather than flatter up. And there is a cost to this whole thing. Like, we've got $90,000 of sunk costs that we've put in, but there's $30,000 of operating budget we just added. And when it's not clear to me that other methods could have achieved the same thing, I don't see the security risk as urgently as was described, just because we've been operating like this for a couple of decades. So this isn't something that just came up overnight. This is something that I do agree with all the points that were raised, like, these are things to consider, but I just don't see this, like, urgent tipping point that came our way where we need to react so strongly. So just my thoughts on sort of where we are with this.
All right, so the sign that you're referring to is old. Phone number's still accurate, though. It does say Northborough residents only, not for commercial use. No brush larger than 1 inch diameter, no plastic bags, liquid trash, blah, 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 construction debris of any kind. It's English. The font is small. It's not new by any stretch. It could be increased and could be larger. We could put
If we felt like we had a good hypothesis of what the real things that were driving this were, like, if we think it's contractor dumping, a bigger sign, no contractor dumping fines. If we thought that it was the things being dumped in the dumpster, security camera signs.
Yep.
2 security cameras. These are lower cost things that could affect this while not having to take away something that residents do appreciate, when I feel like the message we've been delivering to residents very, very recently is your taxes are going up, you're not getting more for it. So when I see adding $30,000 to our operating budget, and I see this, it goes in the face of it, taking something away from residents.
All set?
Oh, Doug's still on the phone.
Okay.
We need to mute Doug.
I need to know.
Looking over there like he's over there.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess, right, maybe in the vein of trying to narrow this down and getting to a point, like, just, like, as board members, like, we agree that the gate's there, and it should probably be closed at some point in the evening till some point in the morning. We should not leave the yard open overnight, right?
Right.
So we agree that there should be some closure there, right? So we're gonna have it with the gates there, and we're gonna close it, but when are we gonna have it open? And then, Scott, your proposal was just to kind of circle the wagons here, the current working schedule, right? That was on page 2 of 2. That was what sort of the normal schedule proposed would be, or is now, or should be, but now there's a gate involved.
And that's what, I'm sorry, not to interrupt.
Yeah.
That's what it says right now. Like, that's
Right.
literally the leaf and brush policy as it stands right now. That's
was
what's
gonna say, that's not
advertised.
new.
That's,
Right.
that's nothing new. That's how it is today. Albeit people, there's no gate, no control over it, but that's like what we do right now.
Right, now, the current rules would just simply be enforced by said gate.
By a gate, right, exactly.
And we're saying, and I think there's some concern that some residents may, not like that flexibility, so we can expand beyond that. So I guess where does the board want to expand beyond that? And where do we think is a sweet spot that we can give Scott some direction on?
I would rather not allocate additional operating budget toward extra overtime, but I can't sit here and commit to Chief Griffin's staff doing something, or Chief Parenti's staff doing something. I can't, that's not my place.
Okay, so we need to speak to the police, see if they're willing to. So you open at what time in the morning?
7 a.m. All the vehicles and equipment are generally out by 7:15, 7:30. I didn't want residents intermingling with large pieces of equipment that are rolling around the yard. That's a challenge. It's a challenge when nobody's there, people getting in and out of there.
Okay, so you start at 7 a.m. You could reasonably keep the gate open at 8 a.m.?
The gates will be open at 7. We show up it'll be open up at 5:30. That's when our first guy shows up. They get there early and clean things up and get ready for the day.
Okay, and then to close it, if we all agree, and it seems like the residents want this, to close it at, say, 8 p.m., Monday through Friday, would the police be able to do that? So that's a question.
Yeah,
When does the
but
last employee leave, Scott?
3:30 is the end of the day, but I'm the director, so I can close it at 4 and 7:05 on Tuesdays. Tonight, it could be open right now while I'm sitting here. I could be the responsible party at the end of the day.
yeah, so, like Scott said, we could ask the police, which you and I have discussed with the chief, and he said, it's no problem.
Seemed agreeable,
But this
no,
is the thing, if there's an emergency and there's no police, they forget to close it, I can't be like, oh, that's it, you're fired. I mean, it's not really their job, it's not. I mean, we could ask them out of courtesy if they could close it on their, way out on, but that, now you're talking Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So that's a lot to ask, somebody that doesn't have that for their job, their duty.
Right. Okay, but I think it's worth asking because it's been brought up in discussion. And I guess what would be important is what are their shift hours? So if, say, somebody's coming off shift, they could close it if that was.
At that time?
Just,
That's thing.
if I can.
Oh, go ahead.
They fuel up at the end of their shift, so there's a platoon of them coming in to fuel up before they turn their vehicle over to the next officer. So it'd be likely after the shift change, because they've all gone in and out of there. And the last guy doesn't know if he's the last guy. So once everybody goes out, then somebody comes back and closes it, because they're gonna be, I'm not the last guy, I leave it open, and then it's open,
Right.
so.
Okay.
It'd be better for the chief to opine on the operational side of it.
Okay, and that happens at what time in the evening?
I don't know.
Okay.
I know my radio knows, but I'm not gonna say it.
Okay, so I'd like to make just a couple of points. One, if we do a new sign that's much more informative, how do we do a fine? I mean, if it says, if you're caught doing this, it's a $500 fine, is that?
just looking at the citations that were presented to us, there is apparently already in existence some code that supposedly was violated, and citations were issued that they had to respond to the Westboro District Court on. It doesn't say how much that fine is, the court would tell, but I assume that there's a fine associated with those that we wouldn't have to make up. But it sounds like it's there already. There was 2 different offenses that I saw in these reports
Yeah.
that were related, but both related to illegal dumping.
Well, if it's a $50 fine, that might be worth.
The dumping.
Yeah. Well, I mean, during a regular Monday through Friday workday, to me, it's not unreasonable to close it during a normal working hours. Like, who's going to come home, mow their lawn after work, and then be like, it's closed. I can't get it there at 8. Like, to me, like, the expansion is the weekend.
Yeah.
Right? That's what we're talking about. So to me, it does not seem unreasonable to say regular Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 2. Maybe because Tuesdays are late days at the town hall, it could be later on a Tuesday maybe, if somebody's in the building. Maybe we could expand it a little bit, if we're not paying additional overtime for that. And someone has to be, I don't know if DPW usually follows, or if you said like yourself, Scott, is there because the town offices are open until 7 on
I could
Tuesdays?
close it on a Tuesday. I believe once the practice gets, the commercial users get acclimated to the gate being locked, maybe they won't catch on that Tuesday's a late day. I don't know. But, that's when they go.
I mean,
They
even
go-
that,
They go at the end of their
I mean,
workday.
Right, I don't see the 8 a.m. to 2 a.m. Monday through Friday as unreasonable. To me, that seems reasonable. It's just how much do we want to expand on Saturdays, right? Because in spring, it would be Saturdays 8 to noon, and then we have our expansion options, and the spring and the fall. So, to me, that's kind of narrowing it down to maybe get to a point where we can get to maybe to a decision point, just so we can provide some guidance without waiting for additional information from the police chief about the police opening and closing it. What direction can we give now to just kind of move on?
Well, that
on
would
this
be a
issue?
lot, that would definitely be doable on just Saturdays for the police. But if we were to say Monday through Saturday, that's just a little ridiculous, you know?
I don't think you're going to achieve, having the gate open until 8 PM on weekdays. I mean, I think that's when the contractors are generally dumping. They finish their
Right.
days of yards, they go by, they're dumped, and it's in the morning before the residents come in that I see the dump truck
And the
square.
And the idea behind 2 p.m. is so that people are not there while your vehicles are returning.
Right.
After
2,
2
could be
p.m.
2:30, everybody comes back around 3. You just don't want somebody coming in a little bit late, and, sometimes their backing up abilities with the trailer aren't quite spot on, and it can get a little cumbersome when we're driving around.
So what are you suggesting? Are you
Tuesday nights
suggesting
and Saturday.
So-
no additional hours, that the gate is closed at 2 o'clock Monday through Friday?
So what I would say is Monday through Friday, the gate opens at 8 and closes at 2. And then, then the question is spring and fall Saturdays. Do we want to go with what currently is supposed to be the hours, which will now be enforced by a gate? Or do we want to choose from one of the 4 options below, or create some new option within those 4, which will be additional cost, overtime cost? Which
Okay.
could be even more than what's listed because of contract negotions. Is that
Yeah,
possible?
it could go up, yeah, depending on what the, if they stay, there's no minimum callback. So, for example, on a Saturday, they're working, they show up at 7 AM, they do their thing, everybody leaves at noon, they stick around until 4. That's not a minimum callback, or they stick around for 2 hours, whatever it is, that's not a minimum callback. You have them come back to close the gate when nobody's there. Right now, it's 2 hours. Who knows what the contract negotiation is going to be at the end of the day. I would not want to pay somebody 4 hours of overtime to
Yeah.
drive in and close a gate.
Yeah, I mean,
I'll
just
do
loo-
it for nothing.
Right, just looking at it, like, add Saturday mornings throughout the summer, I mean, I guess there's grass debris, but I mean, you're not talking about a lot of leaf and probably other shrub debris, whatever it's called.
The biggest violation time for yard waste disposal is after-hours weekdays. The biggest violation time for bulk item illegal dumping is weekends. So I show up on Monday, I see stuff from all over, our homes that we can't throw away easily. Weekdays, I go in and I see a nice rectangle of grass, and nobody dropped that out of their Hyundai. So that's generally, I think, when the violations are occurring.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the expanded options, I mean, it's additional cost, but, spring, fall Saturdays extend till 4, staffing it till 4 o'clock, $5,500 if we have that concern that we're cutting, the availability time. And yeah, I'm just trying to get us to a decision point, and I think we are agreeing on most of it. It's just a couple
On
of.
Saturdays, what time somebody is there, right? Usually,
Yes.
okay, so what if we do what Laura suggested? We'll keep it 8 to 4, and then hopefully have one of the police lock the gate at 4. I don't think one day is a lot to ask of them,
That
but,
sounds reasonable.
and then we can see. I mean, let's put it this way, it's wide open now. We'll
Yeah.
definitely
Yeah.
save on some yardage.
We have someone here and someone here. So
I think Tim was there before I stood up.
Thank you, Susan. Okay, can we let Tim Kalin in? Hi, Tim. Yes, please.
Hi, thank you. Scott, if you got what you were asking for, do you have any idea how much a reduction in cost of removal you would see?
I could not estimate that. I don't know how much is illegally dumped or not. We will certainly see it in our invoicing. We have our summer pickup, or the brush area will be cleared out in the coming month, and then after that, in the next cycle, we'll be able to see what happens in the fall. We'll have a hard number of the fall, because I track it by summer and fall removals. We clear out the yard every summer around July, and every winter around December. So we capture the spring cleanups and the fall cleanups. So we will, Christmas this year, I'll have a good idea what the fall number changes look like.
Okay, I ask because the simplest solution to this seems to just put in place what you have proposed, and there will be a reduction in brush removal cost, and at some point, whether it's 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, at some point, that reduction in cost is going to pay for this investment. And then after that investment has been repaid, there will be a net positive gain for the town. Whereas if we do all this other stuff and have people sitting at gates and creating overtime and adding hours and asking police to do other stuff, like it's just all that increases costs on an annual basis that will offset or be more expensive than the savings in the illegal dumping of brush. Am I thinking about that correctly?
Yes, that is correct.
So the simplest thing to do is just approve what you're proposing, get our hands around what the reduction is. There'll be some number of years before that thing pays for itself, and then there's a positive savings for the community on an annual, ongoing basis.
Does that conclude your remarks, Tim?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Susan?
Susan Sartori, 465 Green Street. It's been enlightening. Didn't understand how much people liked taking their trash. I live on 9 acres. We burn our brush. So didn't know how much this meant to so many people. I think one of the things that has happened here is that some very interesting points have been made by Jonathan in regard to the accounting, in the expensing of the gate and the service. And I think we have heard from Scott, and we have heard from Scott Rogers, how it's been done. Whether or not that pleases the current board, I don't really know. The part that's missing here is that nobody talked to the community about how they felt about brush. I suggest you kind of listen to what Tim has said. Go forward with the plan he has right now. Make it be a temporary plan and reach out to your community and find out what they think and what they would like to see for ours, and then see how you can accommodate that. I just think you think a lot of people want it open all sorts of hours. Let's see what they really want, would be my suggestion.
Thank you. Any other comments? Jacob?
I kind of agree. I don't feel like we've got a lot of practical choices here. I think that is if we can make sure that it's messaged that this is a new thing, so we're trying it out. We're receptive to feedback if it needs to be adjusted. In terms of, my preference would be go with the plan that doesn't involve incremental personnel cost for the time being, until we learn that.
Which would be the current working schedule?
Which would be the current working schedule, unless we can augment, I don't think we could commit to that without talking to our police chief, to augment that with any hours using them without talking to them. I'd like to do that if they're willing to, but I can't say in this meeting that that's a commitment that we can make to the town when we haven't talked to the police chief. The second thing is, based on one of the charges that was, I just looked it up really quickly, MGL 266, Section 146, using another's dumpster, it's a minimum fine of 100 and a maximum fine of 1,000. Take that for
Thank you.
what you
Thank
will,
you.
but to answer your other question.
Okay, so just to review, the current working schedule would be spring, regular work days, 8 to 2. In the spring, Saturdays, 8 to noon, beginning the third Saturday of March and ending, that would be this Saturday. So during the summer, no Saturday hours.
Right, we give the staff essentially the summer off. They work all year, all winter. They don't take vacations in the winter because of snow events. We try to give them a little bit of relief in July and August.
Okay, and then the fall, it would start again in September and end sometime in November.
Yep.
And the only point I would like to make is that if we are restrictive in this, current working schedule, what are people going to do? Will they find another place to dump? Will they dump on the trails? Will they dump someplace else? And that, that creates another problem. Steph and I had a good discussion, people, where do people buy bulk stickers now? Is it just Ace or?
Rockies has them, Hannaford, who's closing, and Town Hall. A lot of communities, Grafton in particular, they only sell them at Town, well, not bulk stickers, but stickers, dump stickers, at Town Hall. It's often just available at Town Hall. Westboro's at Town Hall only. Rockies is nice enough to do that. I don't know if the new supermarket where Hannaford's is going to be willing to do it. Most of our trash bag vendors do not want to sell bulk stickers.
Does our town hall sell that bulk stickers?
Yes.
The town clerk's office.
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
We do.
I mean, my
We just have Wegmans here, we could have leveraged them.
Oh,
And my suggestion to people when they call up about bulk stickers, just buy 5. Put them in your drawer like you would a match, like a stamps, and just when you need one and you got to throw something away, pull it out of the drawer and use it. So you don't have to come by town hall every time you.
And then you just leave your
Something broke
bulky
or
item
whatever.
right on the curb.
Yeah, you just stick it. You
So
don't have to
good.
call anybody or anything. You put a sticker on it, throw it on the curb, and it gets picked up. So
It's excellent, and it's very efficient. And hazardous waste, that's only once a year that we do that, right?
We do a hazardous waste, household hazardous waste day once a year. That is in conjunction with the styrofoam collection. I believe it's the Junior Women's League that does the styrofoam collection.
Right. So if you miss that date, you have to wait a year. Is there any chance that you would consider expanding that project?
There are vendors that provide hazardous waste processing and acceptance. I know there's one in Sutton, right off of 146. We have a couple of vendors listed in the on the solid waste calendar.
Right.
It's an expensive event. It's these things we do are not money generators. In an effort to, if we were to do 3 or 4 hazardous waste days a year, we pay more overtime. We spend more money on removal of the disposal of the material because it's far more expensive for us to get rid of it than it is for people to drop off in a $10 box. So that would be an expansion of service, an increase of expenses. But we could do it every Saturday if you want.
We
Money
don't need
do you want
that.
to spend on
No.
it?
Yes.
So can I just check on motion options?
Sure.
With Steph? So Steph, if we were to make a motion with the hours and to say someone from town would close the gate at 4 PM on Saturday, So it wouldn't incur an extra cost. It would add the hours. You could check with police.
I
other
did
town
talk
staff
about it
to
with
see.
police, and not
And that way,
specifically
it may be a little
Saturday,
bit less
but-
disruptive to the community, give us the extra hours, and then gather feedback. So would that,
You could even have the motion say up to, so, if there's an issue with the chief, they can always revisit.
that?
I'm comfortable. So your motion will be Saturdays 8 to 4?
Yep.
With it pending police
Well,
approval?
with someone
Well,
from town.
someone from town.
Someone from town,
Yeah.
okay. What about the Tuesday extended hours?
Sure. I will put that in.
I think it's so nice that all of you guys are gonna rotate on Saturdays.
I'm like half mile away, happy to do it.
So what
I'll
time
get
did
you
you
a
say on Tuesday?
Maybe I'll work my house.
Tuesday for Tuesday? 7 PM on Tuesday, you said?
7 PM.
Yeah, okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll try to get there in less than a minute.
I mean, it's flexible. I think we're all doing our best to save money and to protect our assets.
Yeah.
So I think we have a very solid justification, and we're just going to have to work around what the residents' needs are.
And just to be clear, as what we're contemplating right now is a net cost of zero.
Yes.
Till we spend today.
Yes.
Wait, the Tuesday, Tuesday?
No, I'll
No,
take care
Tuesday
of it.
he's there.
Oh, thank you.
I think that's, I like that piece of it, just from saying like, we're doing it and we're doing it within the same cost structure today.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank you.
absolutely.
Okay,
I'm going to do my best on this.
all right. Here you
Well,
go.
just one additional
Oh, sorry.
question, sorry to stumble you.
Yep.
The spring and fall Saturdays extended to 4 PM. It's not an additional cost of 5,500 because some town employee already on time is going to close the gate at 4.
Or possibly John.
Possibly me.
Yes.
Right.
Possibly me,
We'll
The
figure it
spring,
possibly you.
the spring and fall is already baked in, but I think she's talking about the period between next Saturday and September, which isn't baked in.
So all summer, basically.
Is that good?
Yeah, you'd have to have PD open and close it, because we work every Saturday throughout the summer,
Yeah.
but we work Saturday nights. So one on-call employee comes in, whoever's on call, comes in Saturday late afternoon, early evening, 6 o'clock, 6:30, clears all the trash from all the parks and fields and facilities so that the day's events are clear and they're empty for the following day.
Thank you.
So we do that every Saturday. But the time varies, it varies depending on, these people are
Okay,
fathers.
so somebody would need to open the gate on 8
Yeah,
AM.
Saturday, 8 AM, whoever's available opens it and closes it at 4.
And they're already doing something, and we're not
Well,
bringing them in.
see, that's the problem. I can't, they're allowed the flexibility to do it at what time works for them. If their kid has a baseball game at 4 in the afternoon, they're probably not going to get here till 7. If their kid's game is at 6, they might be here at 5. So it's problematic to have a committed
I mean,
4 o'clock.
Yeah,
And then you have an unstaffed open lot.
I could force them to come in
No,
at 4 o'clock.
No,
but I
Just
do,
put
just
me
to
on
be
the
clear, Mike, I
list.
think we have an unstaffed open lot
we're all close.
in any case on Saturday. I don't think someone's there the full time on a Saturday while the gate's open.
7 to noon, yes. Yeah, but in the afternoon,
Then noon to 4, no.
correct.
So there will be an element of unstaffed, which, again, Northborough's been doing just fine the way that we've operated today. So I think we've de-risked ourselves a bit and also can do it at a cost of
Okay.
Yeah.
zero.
One more comment.
Susan Sartori, 465 Green Street. I lived in town when we lost a lot of services, and so then we had to count on volunteers. May I say that goes bust pretty fast. Don't count on volunteers. Don't expect any of you to show up when you're supposed to be there. And if you are still in the negotiations with the police department, I'm wondering how this will affect the whole idea that they have to now close the DPW gates,
They
so.
want a gate stipend.
Yeah, well, we kept it to someone in
Yeah,
town.
no, it's,
We didn't, the motion's not police. Yes.
and one more question. Could it be closed without someone leaving the police station? Can it be done remotely?
No, there's a keypad. It's an option, you just want to spend money on it, it's a very expensive option.
How much?
I don't know, I'd have to get a quote for 2,500-foot remote control gate, I have no idea. But there's line of sight, so, but nobody's gonna, just go across the street, hit the buttons, be much easier.
Well,
Can I make a
okay.
motion?
Please.
Madam Chair, I move the board vote to approve yard waste collection hours as follows. Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 8 AM to 2 PM. Tuesday, 8 AM to 7 PM. And Saturday, 8 PM to 4 PM, with someone from town closing the gate during the spring and fall seasons.
Not summer?
I think
Spring, summer,
No,
and fall.
during
No summer.
the opposite. So it's spring and fall, they're already there.
So I'm adding summer?
So spring, summer, and
Spring,
fall.
summer, and fall.
So we would
season.
need somebody to open the gates during the summer at 8 AM.
And close it at 4.
One of the challenges, if I was to force our, a time for our Saturday on-call trash removal, they would come in, and then the events, like the concerts, Sunday morning, somebody would come in for a sporting event or rent the pavilion, and there would be garbage everywhere, because the concerts produce a lot of trash. Same thing with lacrosse games and soccer games. So a soccer game in the afternoon on a Saturday may go till 6 o'clock at night. We pick up the trash afterwards. If we do that at 4, whoever comes there on Sunday morning is going to have a mess. So DPW we're not going to come at 4 o'clock on a Saturday to close the gate.
Or 8 AM to open it for the
Or-
same
or-
reason.
Yeah, same reason. If we came in to do trash on 8 AM on a Saturday, they're probably going to be empty because we just did them on Friday. But they're going to be disgusting on Sunday for the users of the facilities.
Yeah, I just keep it the way we have it.
Spring and fall?
Spring, summer, and fall.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
Right.
summer, with the caveat that somebody has to open the gates 8 AM on Saturdays during the summer and make sure they're closed by 4 PM.
Okay.
Is there a second to Laura's motion?
Second. Yeah, second.
Second? Okay. All those in favor, raise your hand. Okay, it passes 4-1.
Okay, let's see how this goes.
Thank you. Okay,
Thank you, Madam Chair.
thank you.
Thank you, board members.
Thanks, Scott.
All right, next on the agenda. Before we move on, can I just ask your objection to the motion?
Just object with the fence. I mean, we've been doing just fine, and we're just adding more stuff to the town for a reason that was not well-founded to me, and I'm not dying on this hill, but like, these are the things that I just have a hard time understanding, and especially with the process in which we got there by being in a capital budget, not being a capital budget, not being line item, like, I'm completely uncomfortable with the way we got here.
Okay,
No, John, the actual gate, it wasn't built around the brush, it was built around the assets. So, and unfortunately, the brush is located within the DPW.
Understood.
So that was the main priority, to preserve our assets, not to,
and I think we're all going to
Build
think
around
about
brush.
how to improve that kind of communication.
Yeah, and I think, in fairness, like, it wasn't presented that way it started as a cost, it started as a brush, and it got to security.
well, that was what was on the agenda, is the brush. It had
Yeah,
no, yeah, but I'm saying the whole reason for the fence was security and to safeguard our assets. It wasn't, we're going to build a fence around the brush piles, that wasn't the,
Right, because now our lot is locked at night.
yeah,
It's secure. It's just a matter of when are we going to have it open for
yeah,
citizens to use the brush. And
right.
Okay,
Had the only goal been to reduce or eliminate illegal dumping at the brush pile, we would not have secured the rear entrance that way. We would have done it in the back of the building. But that's not the case. All of our assets are at the salt shed. The salt shed is on the far end, somewhat secluded and poor visibility because of the adjacent property, the DCR property, and all the vegetation and trees. So had the intent been solely brush, the layout would have been much different. It would have been just the gate at the brush side, and it would have been another gate at the back of the building. So that entire other side where all the plows you see and the sidewalk machines, all that would have been open that's poor management for the assets of the community. And again, I'll say it again, like I said earlier, the practice of this board and the other boards and committees in this community was put it on the capital plan. If you can get it done through grants, through the luck of an operating budget, through something lasting longer than expected, and you don't have to impact free cash or borrowing, you do it. That was smiled upon and thought of as a positive action. We just did the heating and ventilation system at the highway garage. That's on the capital plan. We were able to do that with operating budget, Assabet student work, and in-house expertise with small services by a concrete coring company, a local mason, You know, the other option would have been to put that out on the street with a bid, go through the capital process, hire an architect, get a mechanical engineer, electrical engineer, ventilation engineer, and have them do it, and spend 80, 100 grand on it, whatever it is. We saw a mechanism to do it within the operating budget efficiently, so we did it. That's my goal as a department head, is to do that for the community, so.
And we definitely appreciate it. This just happened to be, I think, an unusual project and, and had more repercussions than,
I mean, let me know how you want me to do it in the future, and I will, okay?
thank you so much.
Thanks.
Excuse me, Chair. I need a point of clarification for John. Are you opposing or abstaining from that vote?
Abstain.
Okay.
Thank you, Diane.
Thank you.
Okay. Next on the agenda is joint meeting, Select Board, Appropriations Committee, and Financial Planning Committee to discuss the following. So our board has already convened. We need appropriations to convene their meeting and financial planning to do theirs. So, let's see, financial planning, are you all here?
No, we lost two. Yes, they're gone. We lost our quorum.
Oh.
Oh. And appropriations,
We have one remote.
you have one remote, so you have a quorum.
One is out, but we have a quorum.
Okay. Is that going to affect things? We're really not voting on anything specific, right?
No, we're just going over the future schedule, some, like Blake Street for West Main Fire Station, some pending. What? Oh, okay, sorry.
Okay. All right, so Scott, would you like to call your group to order to
Yes, thank you,
begin
Madam
this part of the
Chair.
meeting?
So I call the order the Appropriations Committee for this evening. Just because we have a hybrid meeting, we have to do a roll call vote or a roll call to make sure everybody's present. So we'll go through that real quick. George Brinkle. Here. Jeff Knight. Here. Tim Kalen.
Here.
And I'm Scott Rogers. We have a quorum.
Okay, great. And financial planning, let's see, just for the record, let's just identify who you have.
For the Financial Planning Committee, a roll call, please. Ken Picard? Here. Susan Satori?
Here.
John Rappa's here. And we only have three.
3 out of 3.
Out of
3
five.
out of 6.
3 out of 5.
That's a quorum. 6. You're 6.
Well, 3,
Okay.
the board is 6, but yeah.
Makes sense. Yep.
Thank you. All right, so first on the agenda is discussion about Blake Street, 4 West Main Street, and Fire Station. Did you want to?
Yeah, sure. So we had Blake Street, that was one of our warrant articles under the Downtown Improvement Plan. We have 4 West Main Street, that is a vacant building in town, and we have the new fire station, I would say, well, who knows? Who knows when that will be done, but we'll have another open building. So the question I have for the Select Board, Appropriations, and Financial Planning, what is the intent moving forward? I think some people were interested in the downtown improvement plan at town meeting, but they did not think it was a main priority of where they wanted to put their money. So moving forward with fiscal year 27's budget, we need to really focus in on what plans, for instance, for West Main, we are preparing the request for proposal currently. So there's options in that and what we put into the scope. Do we say it should be consistent with our downtown plan? Already, there's grants that have been applied for to the tune of, I think it was like $1.29 million. So are we of liberty to say to respondents of the bids that, yes, there might be some construction here, what's going to happen with the parking spaces? Are we going to allow any new business to utilize all those spaces? Are we going to keep, let's say 5 for townspeople? So there's a lot of things we have to think about. Should we reference, for instance, 40B or other housing developments in there? Because of, and the only reason why I say that is the master plan references friendly 40Bs and this and that. So I could do a very basic scope in the request for proposal just to see what the drive is out there, what people are interested in. But I just would like that feedback of, do you think we should focus on Blake Street and that downtown improvement plan? Do you think that we should focus on the master plan and, what the, I guess what the focus was back then? Or should we just see what is interesting to the climate right now and, maybe multi-use, stipulate multi-use? So I could keep it as broad or as detailed and specific as, we want. But I kind of wanted to get feedback to see which direction you wanted me to go.
And this is specific to 4 West Main?
Yes,
Okay.
for West Main. But then it has a lot to do with Blake Street
right.
too, so,
And it does also have, you have to consider the fire station, because if 4 West Main goes to housing, can the fire station be business?
Yeah.
It's a lot. Okay, so first we have, so let's take questions from financial planning right now, and you can
Okay.
start.
All right. Blake Street. It's
Yes.
important to me because I think what most people don't really realize is that in the capital plan over the next 5 years, there's $8 million for the Master Implementation Committee to spend money. It's $8 million. I think we're going to have to push that out. We did not see at town meeting that they wanted to spend the $1.2 million for the curb appeal for Main Street. So I think we need to have a really strong discussion about what does that $8 million look like in the capital plan. And we have no details of understanding what Phase 2 or Phase 3 is going to look like in the next couple of years. And knowing that they have planned for that money, is it something that you can use for an enticement for West Main Street? I say probably not, because the townspeople didn't even want to really support what was being done down on Blake Street. But I think we've got to be very honest about what's in the capital plan as far as the planning in town. There's $8 million over the next 5 years, okay?
Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I would say, in agreement with Susan there, I mean, I think what we have been hearing and we need to do something with 4 West Main. I don't want in an RFP to limit the options. I want to see what we get. I think spending that level of funds, if that was an original idea of Blake being step 1 on a multi-step path to $8 million of town funds in some form or fashion, I mean, I have no appetite for that. I'm on a building committee that's going to have a fairly expensive renovation or new building come up. It's going to be a lot more than $8 million. And frankly, the school building is a lot more important than Blake Street and things that we want to do downtown. I'm for any public, or private sector solutions for 4 West Main, for the for what will be the old fire department. If there is in part of some negotiation, some type of town support or funding, whether it's through a TIF or some street improvements or something like that, that can be negotiated. And I think you go to town meeting with a good solution for one of the town-owned buildings, but it's going to maybe cost a little bit of money. I think that's different than just $1 million plus, or what ended up being $750,000 just improvement with no plan for the biggest building in downtown that we own. So I don't want to limit what we would get from an RFP. I want to see what the market will bear. I think we were kind of pleasantly surprised at the ones that we got for White Cliffs. Being that in prior iterations, we didn't really get much in the way of that wasn't housing. So I don't know if that provides you some guidance that you were
No, it
looking
do-
for.
it does.
But,
Yep,
yeah, I mean,
absolutely.
I want to see what we'll get for that building, and then anything can be negotiated. But as far as, spending that level of money for downtown improvements, that I'm not on board with.
You know what, and Susan, just, you mentioned that some people, after the vote at town meeting, felt that, when it was voted down for the Blake Street project, that they're just not interested in that project. Some people are interpreting it that it was the money. If we could get it done for just grants, people would be supportive of the project. I just want to say that that's also, some of the opinion that I've been hearing.
Okay. Most of the people that I have spoken to don't want to spend the money on the project, period. And secondly, they also did not like the way that the funding mechanism was changed in the last 10 minutes
Oh,
before town
yes.
meeting.
Uh-huh.
I think that there's got to be better communication between all boards, finance boards, select boards, the town administrator, when changes like that are made at town meeting. I think you'll do a lot better getting support.
Thank you very much. Okay, Laura.
Thanks for bringing this up. I appreciate the thought. So when it comes to Blake Street and 4 West Main, I like the idea of having a broad RFP. And when it comes to the grants for Blake Street, I would rather wait and see what type of proposals we get, because if the grants have a timeline that they have to be moved forward with.
Let's put it this way, I'm sure we will get information back from the RFP before we get
Okay.
yeah.
So can we hold off? Because I don't want to spend grant money on a project for Blake Street if an investor that's going to do something with 4 West Main has a vision for that space. Mm-hmm. And if, so it's kind of up in the air. Maybe can we wait on Blake Street grant decisions until after the RFP responses come out?
Question
But
on,
if
a question on the grant process, though. Those grants have been applied for, correct?
Correct.
So given that,
I think we will know from the RFP. We will find out the bid awards or actually the respondents first before we actually get awarded the grant.
before we get a decision on the grant.
Yeah, most definitely. It's a long process. So we'll know, we'll know.
I would think it would be beneficial for respondents to know of those possibilities without committing that they're definitely going to happen. But there's 3 pieces that I think it would make sense to inform respondents and be included by reference in the RFP. It must conform with the master plan. And it should be consistent or be informed by the overall downtown revitalization and the visioning that was done in the 4 different areas. And then it should be informed of the possibilities of the specific Blake Street projects, just to set the context of what is happening. But just be careful, be careful on then the Blake Street projects, because those are grants that have not been awarded yet.
Okay.
And likewise, no limit on the use. Let the creative juices flow on uses. Don't
Yes.
limit the scope to certain uses.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if that would limit us. If it says, if the RFP language states that it shall be consistent with the downtown plan.
Master plan, yes.
Right.
Incorporate by reference the overall downtown revitalization.
Oh, so you're saying just, okay.
Vision.
Okay, yes.
And then on the table is how you speak to the grants that are in. that
Right. Okay.
Decided.
Okay.
But those are the 3 main reference points.
Yeah.
One of which is a requirement, conforms with the master plan. The other 2 is work we've done to identify a vision of possibilities that have some pros and cons, but at least it's work that's been done. And then the grants that have been applied to but not yet awarded.
Okay, yep.
Could I
Yes,
chime in?
please.
I like the idea of suggesting, as Mr. Rogers did, grants have been applied for that if granted, which is not in our control, may supply some funding for some improvements related to the area.
Yep.
The third one on any use is allowed, I want to be a little careful on what language we use there. I want to limit this as little as possible. Me personally, I want to say any idea is fair, at least to be analyzed, right?
Yep.
But we got to remember, it is in DB, Downtown Business District, so there are use limitations on the zoning. I don't want to run into a situation where we get applications that are dependent on spot zoning that we can't do.
Very good point.
I'm just looking at our table right now, like a veterinary clinic is a no for downtown business. So I don't, that doesn't appear to be even something that could have a variance. I don't know, I don't want to get into that. But the
Yeah.
point is, I don't want to have like we kind of are worried about a little bit on the other one we just got RFPs for is proposals that are contingent on zoning variations that we're not sure if we could give. That said, I'd like to be as open-minded as we possibly could.
Right,
to
well, there
possible
is a whole
solutions.
section on zoning
Yeah.
in the RFP, so,
Okay.
yeah.
The last one, and I'm with the suggestion of should be informed by the work that's already been done in the design project. I'm a little concerned with, just because I don't understand necessarily, I've of course studied quite a bit our master plan, but I don't know exactly what must be consistent with our master plan means. In other words, like what's an example of something maybe on people's minds that wouldn't be consistent with it, and who's going to decide if it's consistent or not? That's kind of like my
Yeah.
concern about
Right.
saying it must be consistent with.
Whatever language is used in like the White Cliffs proposals, that sort of thing, where we included the master plan, like we linked to, it was part of the
Right,
part of the request for proposals, and however that was worded.
okay, yep.
I want it to be consistent as well. I'm just not sure what's the litmus test, especially if it's mandatory language. Someone may have an argument that something is consistent, someone may have an argument the same thing is not. I don't know how that works out.
And I'd assume that that language was crafted such that it was
Yeah.
consistent with, might be the right phrasing.
But if anyone has an idea of something that definitely would be inconsistent, I'd be happy to hear of like something we should be concerned about. Obviously, uses that are not allowed probably would
That's the
be a
easiest
red
list.
flag.
Yeah.
Right, exactly, yep. Yep.
Anything else on 4 West Main?
And Steph, do you, in the request for proposal, do you have to list the advantageous criteria?
Yes, yep.
Would you need to, are you then asking, would we want to, and I think what we're saying is we don't necessarily want to list particular uses as more advantageous over other uses.
Well, that's part of a request for proposal. So what I have so far is consistency, and these are other questions I'm asking. Consistency with Northborough's downtown revitalization plan report pertinent to mixed-use developments. Highly advantageous means proposal presents a mixed use with 3 floor spaces, with 3 floor space uses including retail, hospitality, and services. Advantageous means proposal presents a mixed use with 2 floor space uses including retail, hospitality, services. Not advantageous, proposal presents use that does not include retail, hospitality, services. And then, I won't go through all of them, but number 2 would be proposal minimizes demands on municipal parking lot. Number 3, degree to which the proposal will provide financial benefits to the town via a combination of initial sale/lease price, value-added improvements, and annual real estate tax revenue. And then 4 and 5, 4 is proponents' experience with projects of similar size and scope. 5 is project feasibility, including ability to obtain financing, which of course is important. And then with all of them, with RFPs, you have to list like what's highly advantageous and advantageous, not advantageous. So that's what we have so far for the criteria.
And amongst those, you mentioned sale or lease. Is there a discussion to be had amongst us for that?
Yeah, that's a good
Preference is
question.
sale or lease and/or?
Excuse me, Stephanie.
Oh, yeah.
Amy has her hand up, and she was involved in the master plan #1. And
Okay, yep.
probably has a lot of information on housing. Do you mind if we take that?
Oh, no, not at
Okay.
all.
I'll come back to my question then.
Hello, Amy. Thanks for calling in. Can you just state your full name and your address, please?
Sure. Amy Paretsky, 47 Indian Meadow Drive. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was just calling in because I was on the master plan and I'm just looking it up. And like Jacob Jones was saying, I would leave it open to all different ideas, because when I opened the master plan and I was on the master plan, it talked about reuse opportunities for the fire station, for town hall, but it didn't say what we were looking for. It was just saying those opportunities exist, opportunities. So it wasn't really stating, as far as I can remember, it didn't state what we were exactly looking for. It just stated to look into, new opportunities to either lease or sell those buildings. So a question I had actually was, is the RFP going to be to sell the buildings, or is it for leasing?
For both.
And or selling it?
I have it as for both, so basically, and it's linked to, so the evaluation criteria is, it's highly advantageous if a proposal for lease or sale provides significant financial benefits to the town. It's advantageous for the proposal for lease or sale, including some financial benefits to the town. Not advantageous, proposal does not include any financial benefits to the town. So it's linked to finances.
Okay.
Right.
I mean, I
Then
would
that
just
comes
be
back to
really
Scott's
careful
question.
because it is the largest building in downtown, and a lot of towns like Westboro and other buildings, that is their town hall. So if we're actually going to sell it, you'd want to be careful, because once we sell it, we lose all control. And I don't know how long the RFP would stay valid for. Say it's mixed use and you say, we want a restaurant downstairs with the dentist, but then they're not feasible in the future. I mean, I think we lose all control, so that building can become whatever they really want it to be once we sell it. I would just be careful, but I also was thinking back, like I said, to the original master plan, and I don't think there was any set criteria of what we were looking for them to be.
I met with Dr. Stein, the dentist in that building, last week, and he was saying before the gym, it was bustling. He said the building was filled. It had, a psychologist, lawyers, doctor's offices, and he said if I could think of anything, it's after the gym came in there, the pounding and the banging, because they were on the upper floors, and I think people were like, okay, I'm just gonna, yeah.
Well, you also have the inability of the prior owner to be able to offer a long-term lease. So as
Okay.
businesses turned over, you didn't get any replacements because that couldn't be offered.
Okay, that's a good point, yep.
But it does point to the types of businesses that worked well in that building.
Right.
The types that didn't.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'd like to hear discussion from other members about sales versus leasing.
Can we take a comment from Fran Baxter? She was also on the master plan committee. Hi, Fran.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Chair. Fran Baxter on 76 Cedar Hill Road. Like Amy, I was both on the Master Plan Steering Committee as well as currently on the Master Plan Implementation Committee. And while the Master Plan itself was not specific, within the Master Plan Implementation Committee and our project of downtown revitalization, there were specifics and related to mixed use, retail, commercial, and those type of businesses in those primary buildings, both 11 Pier Street, 64 West Main, White Cliffs, well, not White Cliffs, 64 West Main, and 4 West Main, I'm sorry. So that saying that it must meet the criteria of the master plan is not as broad as it may seem if you drill down to what the Master Plan Implementation Committee recommendations through the revitalization of downtown project was.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Someone had.
So I would just say, to Scott's point, I guess, right, my gut reaction is it'd be great if somebody would purchase the building. And then, yes, we would lose some control over it, but we've only had control over it for a couple of years, right, since we acquired it. You know, I don't know if a lease would, you know, I guess my preference would be to sell the building, but I don't know if I want to take the lease language out of the RFP to still see maybe what we would get. Is there something that, with a lease agreement, we would at least be utilizing the building and taking at least the maintenance cost off? Like, I don't know how much, like, I know we had an idea of
Right.
what the maintenance cost was on like White Cliffs per year. Do we have like a rough number on what it is for 4 West Main? I know we haven't owned it as
I am,
long.
yeah.
But like, you know. to
I'll
keep
find
it-
out.
to keep the pipes from freezing and stuff like that, like what is
Right.
that costing us, or ongoing repairs
Oh,
and stuff like
of
that?
course. Yeah, of course it is.
But like, as far as control of the building, because it was our old town hall, you know, I wasn't in Northborough, right, when the building burnt down and was rebuilt, but so looks, from my understanding, looks like what the old building looked like, but it's not that building. So, you
Yeah.
know, I'm not concerned over personally retaining control over the building to favor lease over sale. You know, if I would, you know, think sale would probably be better, and let somebody who does that for a living, marketing retail space, or do something with it, do that. The town isn't in the best position to do that.
Right.
But I don't know if I want to remove that language to maybe take away an opportunity that may come up, or a good proposal that would be still advantageous somehow.
Right.
I don't know if that makes
Beggars
sense.
can't be choosers.
So I know
yeah.
that doesn't really maybe provide clarity over one or the other, but so I would guess maybe prefer to keep them in, but would not be concerned about a sale and our losing control of the building.
Okay.
Would
Susan Sartori, 465 Green Street.
My point is, do we want it to produce revenue for the town? Or do we want to be owners of it and make no money, just not have maintenance costs? That's what we have to decide. I mean, we need to produce revenues in this town. A sale would produce some revenues for this town.
So I have a question, sale versus lease. Is there, and you might know the answer to this, Jacob, is there a way of selling it so that we have some control over what will be there? Let's just say we sell it and in 50 years, somebody wants to put something that the town doesn't want there. Can we write a sale that something like that would have to come before town meeting?
Zoning. Well, I mean, everything has to comply with zoning laws with some asterisks. So there's that. You don't have to write that in. You could write that in, but it's superfluous, my opinion.
It's understood.
But I do think that if you did put a deed restriction on it, it's going to be less valuable with a deed restriction, whatever that may be. I mean, I know currently, I'm just using a hypothetical example of dispensaries are currently illegal in Northborough, but like, let's say you put a deed restriction that says never, for infinity into the future, could a dispensary ever, even if the person buying has no intention of doing it for that thing, it just becomes less valuable. Marginally, but sorry, I actually do have a question, though, that's
Oh, yes, please.
related.
Yeah.
I mean, my stance is generally, as I've said, is I want to accept as many ideas as anyone out there who's got a creative idea of what to do with this property is, and not to have anyone feel limited. I do have a little bit, I understand Ms. Backstrom's point about the implementation committee. I don't think a respondent is going to know exactly what the MPIC's recommendations were for the master plan, and I don't know how those could be
No,
implemented.
that's my item too.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
That was
Okay, so that I'm
embodied
fine
in-
with,
in
and I
the
already said
downtown
that. So,
revitalization.
but I did have a different question, which is, and I don't know if anyone in here knows the answer, maybe Mr. Little could help, but if the town, and I'm open, by the way, just matter of principle, I don't care if it's a lease or a sale, I'll evaluate any option on the table. But if it is leased and ownership stays with the town, do property taxes generate? on that? Or can they? Or what would have to be done to make sure that property tax was generated from the use? And and I don't know the answer, maybe the answer is no, because the town is owned, the property is still exempt from property tax, in which case, I would want to, as if I was negotiating, to make sure that the lease revenue we're getting from it at least offsets what the property tax would have been at fair market value for the highest and best use of that property would have been, plus depreciation, plus, whatever other thing is going to be a cost to the town to hold it, even though it's being leased. So, the effective municipal version of a triple net lease, essentially, which I don't think exists in a municipal context, but zero downside, all upside,
All right, let's see. So our assessor stated for a building to be exempt from taxes, the owner, occupant, and activity must be recognized as a charitable for the public good.
Okay, so even if we owned the property, as long as it was a not subject to one of these exemptions, it would potentially be a tax generation source.
Yeah, from what, I'm sorry.
Property taxes?
From property taxes?
Well,
Personal property, I could see. but
Maybe
property-
that
It's-
makes, yeah.
He said if we were to rent the top floor of our building to a regular business, the square footage of the top floor would be deemed taxable. Some towns use a pilot agreement, others have some type of lease agreement.
Yeah, that's what I was going to add, Steph, was that there's ways to achieve it. It's not directly sending them a tax bill, but there could be a pilot agreement that's reached with it.
Okay.
And that was, there's a number of ways to get to that through a lease.
Yeah.
That's what I understood from the assessor.
Yeah.
In lieu of taxes, property.
Payment in lieu of
Payment in lieu of
Others
taxes.
have some type of lease agreement payment. Both these options are estimated receipts and not part of the levy.
But the other side gets a vote, right? So they're not going to do everything and agree to everything that's just advantageous for us. And like, oh, great.
Yeah.
Do, you know,
Right.
So.
And I do, in question, I have, within the RFP, I have the links to the Northborough zoning bylaws, Northborough zoning map, Northborough downtown revitalization plan report, and the comprehensive master plan. So they have access to, read these.
The floor plates in that building will present challenges to whoever wants to use it for whatever reason, and where the windows align in terms of tall people or short people, and upkeep. So it has its challenges, and someone's got to have the vision and the money.
Yeah.
We'll take both.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you can see in that nice big window, there's something in the middle of it, and it's a floor separating two of the floors.
It's the fourth floor, the shorter
Yeah,
one.
when you have the site tour, it's pretty crazy when you go in
Challenging.
there.
And I would just add one other legal caveat. A sale of town-owned property is restricted, the money would be restricted for other capital uses. So it would be restricted to anything that we could borrow for, which would be capital. But we have no shortage of capital needs in the town, so that's a good news.
Right.
So if we sold 4 West Main for hopefully some money, we could do something with the fire station as a municipal building.
Well, the funds would be restricted to a special fund. They'd have to be appropriated for a purpose for which you could borrow for. If one of those was proposed to be the fire station, that would be acceptable.
Good point. Okay, thank you.
Julian, is your question, could it be used to pay down fire station debt?
No, to,
Pierce Street Fire Station.
Okay,
When they
understood.
move out.
Yep.
You can't borrow to pay debt.
Yep.
That would not be it.
Well, I was thinking on a sale, if we could take the proceeds towards the debt to the fire station, but to your point, I'm not very concerned. There's plenty of capital projects that we could put the proceeds to. I agree mostly with Michael. Like, I think that we should get the most attractive, be as least restrictive as we can to see what the market brings us. I don't love the town owning property. We've shown we're not great at it. So like the idea of like owning a bunch of property in Northborough by the town of Northborough isn't a perfect outcome. But I do think that's a premier property despite its flaws. And there's a lot of people unsolicited that have come up to me and said, I would love to buy that property. I would love to occupy that property with some nice ideas. Ideally, it would be great if we had a nice pamphlet book of things we envisioned, just like pictures of like, people in front and a restaurant sign or things like that, that could kind of like spur some interest.
I wonder if we do have that. We might.
But I do think we should be clear, like, we're want market rates. Like, this isn't a property we're desperate to get rid of. Like, this is a property.
It's a beautiful building.
An asset to
Yeah.
Northborough that we're willing to find the right person that wants to invest in Northborough.
Right. So I have, current zoning is downtown business, by right uses include but are not limited to cultural uses, retail, offices of all type, personal services, bed and breakfast, eateries, catering services, a mixture of business and residential uses. How do you feel about the residential uses? You want me to, or keep it in?
My opinion is if it's mixed.
Right.
I don't know that that's going to be viable.
Right.
It's not my preference by any means, but if someone says I need it to be this way to make my business model work, I'll listen to the proposal, that's my
Yeah.
opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't
Right.
be against listening to a proposal for that
Right.
building to be resident. I mean, it's only so big.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be able to put, hundreds of units or anything, but like, I think we have to hear what.
Right, especially if it's mixed.
Yeah.
And then another question I had was, I have written, the town of Northborough wishes to find a suitable entity to reuse the property to enhance community activity in the downtown through a mix of uses. The town is willing to consider creative and responsive submissions that include an up to 60-year master lease. Is that too much, or, I mean, it depends on how much money somebody is investing into the property.
I don't see a business wanting to go out 60 years
Right.
on lease.
It's
That is
typically.
way too crazy.
I'd say 40.
Not even that.
What was the language in the White Cliffs RFP?
I think it was 40.
right? 40.
Up to 40?
Yep.
But even if we said max 40, they could say I'll do 30 or 20, right?
Well, yeah, I said up
Yeah,
to.
yeah, that's what I was
So,
asking, so.
all right, so let me bring that down to 40.
I mean, I just, not saying I love 40 or 60, I'm just saying, as long as they know they can offer something less. Again, they're gonna want some certainty, because their tenants are gonna want some certainty for the same point that was raised earlier.
Right, yep.
And then at the end of the lease, they have the option to what?
Well, we have the option to extend.
And it would always be a lease, would they have the option to buy at that point?
We
You know, like a
we
car?
could enter into any.
I mean, if it was 40 years, it's not our problem.
Right, yeah. I'm like, are you really gonna still be
I'm
here?
gonna be here in 40.
Right.
Yep.
Or you put it,
And their proposal could say with an option to buy at the end of the year, or
the end of the term.
Right,
defined
and that's
such,
what they might propose in the
Maybe like a
agreement.
right of first refusal, something that.
Right.
But I'm doubt we're gonna put a rate on anything, just give them the right.
Right.
And does that property, because I forget the exact map off the top of my head, does that property fall within the approved MBTA zoning that we had for downtown?
I don't know.
I think so.
Did it?
Does it? Oh, I wish
Didn't,
Amy were
right?
still there.
Not sure.
I don't remember.
I don't think it did. I think it was
No,
over by
because it has
Harvey.
to be a big
It
parcel.
was just that, it was just like the Harvey site.
east of there, more toward Hudson Street.
Right, that didn't fall within it, though?
I don't think so.
I don't know if that,
I don't think so. It
Well, that
has to be
complicates
a
anything.
large parcel for MBTA, doesn't it?
Yeah,
okay. I just want to make sure.
not big enough.
Down by the Assabet River, was that?
Right, I know that was in it. I didn't know if that was like clipped in there too. And I didn't know if that complicates anything, or if we have to be aware of that, or,
No, I don't believe so.
okay,
Nope.
Although that was a year ago.
right, only.
And more changes have come. Okay, so Stephanie, for Lake Street and 4 West Main, do you have,
Yeah, that was great.
okay.
Very appreciated.
Now,
Because, yeah.
what is your thought about the fire station?
So the what I would love is if we could somehow, I'm open to anything, but our rec department and even cable, who is currently in the high school, we're moving all of their servers to this building so that in case they have to move out, that major concern would be taken care of, but it's just their space, and they don't need a huge amount of space, but they need a bigger space than, they need a studio, they need a place to store all of their equipment. So I would say rec and cable, and our veteran, but he's easier to find a spot for. He doesn't need as big of an area as, yeah. So if we could do a mixed use there, I'm all for commercial, retail, like, we need to generate economic growth. But it is true, we're getting squeezed out of where we are, so.
Yeah, I mean, my only concern with a municipal reuse is, and I'm not a real estate expert by any means, or commercial real estate, but like, just that building alone looks more maybe marketable, right? It does have parking, backs up to the stream back there.
Right.
It's got brick, and you know, you could envision something going in there on a commercial basis rather than a municipal basis, which could generate revenue.
I agree.
You know,
I know.
That would be so I would again prefer with the old fire station to find a private sector solution than a municipal solution.
Yeah.
My only comment on that, I can't remember if you were on the board, but when we were looking at the options for
The town hall.
whether to rebuild or add, like, it was very clear that we're super constrained for space. So even if we did do a private use there, we'd still need to solve for the fact that we don't have enough office space for staff, and that would cost money. So I guess looking at the cost benefit of both options, because we just can't fit all the additional people in this building.
Mike, there'd be considerable remediation needed at the 11 Pierce Fire Station. It's a 50-year-old building. It's been sucking diesel fumes from trucks for 50 years. It's got a limited number of bathrooms. The heating system is old. It's going to need a lot of work, probably more of a tear down if someone
Okay.
has a vision for it, as opposed to renovating it.
Right.
In terms of just cost benefit.
Right, so then, again, sort of doubling down on my thought of, would be, I guess, is that if it's a tear down, it seems to be even more of a private sector solution than municipal, because we don't want to pay for all that at prevailing wage.
Yeah, to John's point, I was going to say that I could still, like, picture Chief Preddy's telling us all about the carcinogens and how more firefighters die of cancer than of fire exposure or smoke inhalation, and that's why we had to spend all the money in this new firehouse of having the green zones and the orange zones and the red zones, and so that firehouse is full of carcinogens. So I think that you really can't put town employees in there. That's, anyway, just.
There's 2 bathrooms, there's no elevators, no ADA, accessibility. It's got all sorts of issues.
And that, I mean, that could lend it to, if it is a tear down, again, you know, I don't know, is there another municipal function? You know, you'd hate to tear down a nice looking fire, you know, nice brick looking fire station to have a parking lot, but if it is that dangerous of a building, even after its primary use, you know, I guess I have to consider all that.
I will say, I've worked with Ally for the last year through Parks and Recreation, and this has been something that's been envisioned for a while, so I'm surprised to hear that there is, I understand the carcinogens are there because of the chemicals on the fire trucks and the exhaust, but I was under the impression that once that use leaves the building, that it would be an option for her. So there's definitely more
It would need considerable work,
information.
Laura. It would need considerable work to be reused
Okay.
as the existing building, is my understanding.
I appreciate that.
Okay, and I'll look into that as well.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
So you'll look into the current condition and then what it would
Right.
take to make it safe.
Right.
Okay,
Yep.
perfect.
Thank you.
Does that mean you're taking off the table, the idea of selling it?
The,
Looking to see if you could repurpose it,
which property are you
the
talking?
fire station.
Um,
Is there any interest
I
in
don't know.
putting it up for sale, or is it only to refurbish it?
I think it's gonna, for me, it's gonna depend on some additional information, which Mr. Rappa had mentioned from a remediation perspective. But again, going back to the discussion about running out of space at Town Hall, we're not gonna have a new Town Hall for foreseeable future with the fire station in Peasley coming up and recreation and cable both needing additional space. So I guess for me, it's still some more information that we'll need to gather. I don't know, so.
I know.
Jacob?
And I would like this additional kind of information too, to Ms. Sartori's question. As I sit here today, I'm Same as I said for the other property, I'm open to any idea, any solution, very open-minded. Though, and it seems like, if I'm understanding correctly, Administrator Bacon, that timeline-wise, we're more likely to get the RFP out on 4 West Main Street. You're not working on an RFP for Pierce Street right now.
Oh, no.
right? Right, okay, that's what I
They're
thought.
still in there, and they're going to be in there.
Yeah, no, there's that. I
Yeah.
just wanted to ask the question if anyone felt that there was any value.
No, that's the, yeah.
I think the answer is probably no, but I don't know if there's any value of offering them both at the same time in case the same developer, but they're not, they have property in between them. It just doesn't make sense that someone would want both of them, and there's a premium to having them both on the market at the same time. I'm just thinking that's probably not the case.
But the discussion also has to be, there's a demand for more community space.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
And so that has to be in our thought process.
Agreed.
And I
Right.
would just also say that, for example, Cultural Council could use some space, and I'm sure other committees could also. So there's that need, and, for me, it doesn't all come down to, which is going to bring us the most money. It's also quality of life. And
I do think we'll see some cards flip before we have to make this decision.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
We got a card on Blake Street, we got a card on White Cliffs. We got the first fire station that we had that's going to get developed. I see that as a parcel that could tie the community together based on its location, and what that means, like a rec center with a co-op that operates this coffee shop out of there, we get creative, whatever those things look like. I think we just have to stay open-minded. Nothing's off the table for me. I'm coming in new to this, but I think we just have to really stay open-minded and see what brings Northborough together.
Yep.
And whatever offers we get, we don't have to accept, right?
Yep.
Okay.
That's the only reason I asked the question, because it sounded like you were going to repurpose only and not staying open to other options.
Oh, no, I'm open to anything. Yeah.
Okay. Next is, are you okay to move on?
Oh, absolutely.
Any other comments? All right, number 2, presentation of the FY24 financial statements by Scanlon LLC. Are we doing that remotely?
I'll bring them in.
Thank you. Hi, Mr. Scanlon.
How you doing?
Good. Can everyone hear? You can hear us? We can hear you?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh, you're coming
Yes.
in nice and loud, please. Okay, so you did the audit for FY 2024. Would you like to just comment on some of the highlights and lowlights?
Yeah,
If
no,
there are
I
any?
just kind of want to walk through. So what we did is a financial audit. We didn't do a forensic audit or an efficiency audit, some terms that are out there right now. So what that means is we opine on your financial statements. It's a risk-based audit. So some of the things we do is we look at your balance sheet. You have your two largest assets is your cash and investments and your receivables. So we spend a lot of time in the collector's office and the treasurer's office looking at the bank statement level. Again, your policies you have in place, your procedures. So when we look at the financial statements, the risk, where revenue could go, be misreported on your balance sheet. For instance, if we get a grant, we don't want to see that sitting in the general fund. We want to see that sitting over in the special revenue fund, being used for those grant purposes. And vice versa, if you have a general fund revenue, say like Chapter 78 or the lottery aid, we don't want to see that sitting over in your special revenue funds. So the town has good procedures in place of those sorts of things. Again, we had no difficulties in performing the audit. We gave no adjustments to Jason's general ledger. Just as overall, the town's financial reporting is very good. What I mean by that is a transaction happens either at the departmental level or if a resident comes in to pay their tax bill, the transaction's properly accounted for through the system, which I was sitting on the board of governance, something I would want to hear. And one thing you can look at, when I mean good financial reporting, if you look at your free cash certification, you don't have a lot of penalties or reductions from DOR, which is a good sign that you're doing things good. Then just, if anyone has any questions, don't hesitate to stop me. So as we look at your just general kind of things about your financial statements, your two largest liabilities is your OPEB liability and your net pension liability. On the OPEB side, your liability is approximately $30 million. Somewhere in there is the truth. I don't believe it's zero, but I'm not too sure it's 30 million. And OPEB is really long-term thinking. Again, it's promises you made to your employees that when they retire, you're going to pay X amount of their health insurance. So what that can dictate is one position can have multiple health insurance costs associated with it. The town did adopt an OPEB trust, which you have approximately $6 million in at June 30th, 2024. And you funded, I think in 2024, you funded that $550,000 you contributed. I think you're set to do $600,000 going forward. Again, OPEB is more, it should be in your thought process, how it would affect your budgets moving forward, not really trying to fund a $30 million all at once. And then some other highlights in your financial statements, I think that kind of jumps out when you look at them is your reserves, your free cash and stabilization is your two main reserves. They total about just over $10 million. Your operating budget is about 72 million. So you're running about 15% reserves compared to your operating budget, which a benchmark out in the financial world is anything over 10% is very sound. So your financial policies are working. Another thing about your financial statements is your ARPA funds. I think at June 30th, 2024, you still had like 2.5 million left to spend. Again, there's a lot of compliance requirements with that going forward. Again, monitor them to make sure that money is spent by 12/31/2026. I think there's a lot of eyes on ARPA at the federal government right now, and any fund, they have to be obligated by 2024 any funds
Excuse
that
me,
aren't going to be spent
we
against
have
those
a pressing
obligations,
question,
I feel like
if
they're
we
gonna
could
be going back.
interrupt. Sorry.
And again,
Can I interrupt you? Hi, it's nice to see you, and thanks for the letter. I did want to get some clarification on what you meant about the ARPA appropriations. I thought that we were all, that had all been appropriated. Is this something different in the?
Laura, can I jump in and answer that question?
Oh.
Just, it's because we closed FY '24 with
Never
a
mind.
significant amount of ARPA still unspent.
Sorry.
Or unobligated at that point.
Yep.
By December 31st, that's why some of those meetings were so fraught leading up to
Got it.
December, where there's a lot of late nights where we were considering ARPA requests.
I remember.
100% of the ARPA funds that the town was awarded have been obligated. We did our first round of reporting. Nothing's dropped out as being clawed back at this
Got it.
point. But to Tom's point, I know the federal government's taking a close look at these U.S. Treasury reports. We filed it was due March 30th, or April 30th for the period through March 30th, 31st. We did the reporting. Again, we're showing them our expenditures, telling them what our projects are. And it's still completely obligated, so.
Okay.
To Tom's point, when they reviewed through June 30th, 2024, there was still a significant amount unspent. So
Okay.
I think that was the nature of his comment in the letter.
Okay, thank you. I totally missed that when I was reading it.
Okay, and as long as we pause,
It's a sensitive area, the ARPA. There's a lot of eyes on it right now.
Yeah.
as long as we've paused, are you suggesting that we put more money towards the OPEB and pension funds, or are we?
No, those are just your two liabilities on your balance sheet. I mean, I think OPEB, I think you're funding it very well. 550,000 of your budget I ain't going to say it's a fantasy liability because someone in there exists, but how it impacts your future budgets. So, for instance, You know, if you had a position that had 6 retirees and 1 active, you got 7 health insurance costs associated with that one position. It's how you're managing that.
Okay. All right, so please continue. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, and then your pension liability, you're on a funding schedule. I want to say 2034, you're set to be funded at the county level.
Yeah,
believe it's
the law,
2030.
Tom, is it's 2040 that we're required to be, the pension plans are required to be fully funded by 2040. Worcester Regional is on a schedule we're part of a multi-employer plan, Worcester Regional Plan. There's over 100 towns and governmental units that belong to Worcester Regional, and they're set to be fully funded. We pay an assessment into it, and we're on a funding schedule to be funded by 2036. And our OPEB plan involves us redirecting the excess money to fund the pension plan, to start funding OPEB in a more significant way beyond the $600,000 a year in the future.
Okay, thank you. Okay,
I don't know if you guys can hear that concert, but it's like, I promise I'm not in a bar room or nothing. Just
No, no.
What concert is
the
it?
treehouse is right down the road. You could hear the concert.
are you in
I know.
Deerfield? Are you in Deerfield?
Who would have guessed?
Yeah, like a mile down the road from treehouse, and you can.
You move the microphone to the window? Open the window?
You're rocking out, that's for sure.
One of our board members was supposed to be at that concert tonight, so this is karma.
It's Houndmouth. And I'll take a green if you would.
I feel like I'm at the concert. That's how loud it is.
Oh, you've got a whole summer of that. It's going to be every.
That's
Is that the office or the house you're at?
What's that?
Is that your house or your office? You're in.
I'm at my office,
Oh, good.
but my house is like 2 miles down the road. I can hear it from my
right.
house too.
You're going to have a long summer.
It's okay. It's a good place to go.
Yep. Too soon.
I mean, that's kind of, I mean, just in general, as a town, as an audit, like, it's a pleasure to do the audit. You know, you're very responsive to items, like your financial reporting, I can't say enough about it.
Can I ask another question? The other item you highlighted, and I tried to read it, the GASB, new statement number 101 on compensated absences and employee, I think it was like the employee PTO on payouts. Can you just elaborate what that means?
Yeah, so GASB, so when you look at your balance sheet, it requires certain liabilities to be on there. And compensated absences, the definition has changed, like anything else. I don't know why they changed it. So if you look at your financials right now, you have a sick leave buyback, and it's if someone gets vested in the system, you're going to buy back X amount, and when they retire, you're going to buy back X amount of their sick time. Now GASB has changed that, so it forces Jason to go look at the liability a little bit. If the definition's changed, how does it affect? I don't think it affects you in great form, but it might need tweaking on your liability. I don't think your liability is going to jump through the roof, but it's just to stay compliant with your GASB statements.
Are you worried about it, Jason, or?
Well, the town's compensated absence liability is not an extreme problem. I mean,
Okay.
we on a practical basis, we do face that because our personnel cost, that was one of the items in our FY26 budget that went up. There are some people under the old plan that are retiring that are going to be due vacation payouts, as opposed to our town bylaw governs our benefits that are paid to town employees, and the sick leave buyback is capped at $3,000. So unless we had a mad rush of employees that retired, long-term employees that retired that had a lot of sick leave on the books, and that $3,000 was multiplied to an extent that it was material, then we may be at risk, but that's not likely to happen.
Is it 3,000 per year, or?
No, per person, per retiree.
That doesn't seem like it would be a lot.
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, your
I-
liability at June 30th is $508,000, and I don't anticipate there's a new GASB changing that all too much.
Thank you for clarifying it. Thank you.
Yep, no problem. I don't know if there's any other questions.
Yes.
I have one. Thank you for appearing and explaining this to us. I have one question. It may be a little granular, and I'm not sure if it's in the scope or outside the scope of what you reviewed. And just so I'm clear, we're talking about July 2023 to June 2024 is the period.
Yep, exactly.
Yes, okay, so I think this happened in June of 2024. And I don't know if this was if you have an opinion about it or if you reviewed it, but it's my understanding that there was about $600,000 of assessor's overlay surplus that was transferred to general fund in fiscal year 2024. And are you aware of that? Is that a good idea? Is that the kind of thing that you would recommend as good practice to reallocate overlay surplus from the assessor's office to the general fund if there's a surplus there? The reason I'm asking that isn't, you're obviously not opining on 2025, but I've noticed it hasn't happened for 2025, and so I'm wondering what your thought about it was for 2024, if you have one.
So I think $600,000 of overlay was released in 2024, if my memory serves me correctly. Overlay surplus is same kind. It's like free cash. So when you release that overlay, if you don't vote it, it falls to free cash. So you should treat it very similar.
Can I add something, Jay?
Oh, sure.
Thank you, through the chair. Managing overlay, it's often something, it's a function of timing with the appellate tax board at the state. We have some very large taxpayers, so we have to calculate what our liability is at the ATB. Once those cases resolve themselves, then we can go from having no excess or surplus, no surplus overlay to having a $600,000 of surplus. So that was an unusual thing that happened. I think what the timeline that led up to that was the ATB ruled on these cases. We had a town administrator that was familiar with releasing overlay annually, asked the assessors to release the overlay. They did. We used it as a funding source for the capital plan for that 1 year, but it's not, to that extent, that was kind of a once in a lifetime amount of $600,000. One of the things that transpired this year in crafting the 26 budget was that we reduced the overlay budget to zero, and that was a valid way to manage surplus overlay going into the future, was that we're just not going to tax people up front for it, but it was also created the levy capacity for going forward for another year. It added back. So generally, we budget somewhere around less than 1% of the levy into overlay, and that was one of the last minute budget maneuvers that happened that was presented to the board before we went to town meeting, was eliminating the 375 from the budget to limit that taxpayer impact this year. So it'll be unlikely that we will have large amounts of surplus overlay going into the future. That's the tangential point I'm trying to make.
Okay, and maybe we could continue that discussion for next year budget. I think I've got the information from our auditor on this one. Thanks.
Any questions from the board? Any more questions? Any questions from financial planning?
No, Madam Chair.
Any questions from appropriations? No? Okay. Well, thank you very much. This is overall
No
good
problem.
news, and thank you, Jason, for another stellar year. And we'll see.
And if there's any
Thank you.
questions throughout the year that come up, and if you have concerns, don't hesitate to reach out.
Okay, thank you. Enjoy the concert.
Who was supposed to be there? Who was supposed to be there?
Right there. My brother.
Who's playing over there?
Townmouth. My brother lives in Ludlow. No, he lives in Long Meadow. He teaches in Ludlow. And I was gonna go out there to Western Mass with my 16-year-old, and so yeah, they get a lot of concerts. They got Gin Blossoms, Told About Sprocket's coming, Gary Clark Jr.'s coming. Like, it's a pretty good lineup.
Yeah, no, I want to go to see Gary Clark. I just went to Montreal to see the Dirty Knobs. It's Tom Petty's guitarist.
Very cool.
So,
Nice.
yeah.
Thank you for that advertising.
Good concert, though.
Go to Treehouse.
So in that RFP, concert venue preferred.
I know.
Treehouse, treehouse.
Yes.
Okay,
Treehouse, that'd be great.
all right. So now we have to discuss.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Next on the agenda is after-action discussion regarding town meeting, a record-breaking town meeting.
Yeah, 4 nights.
So,
Do I hear 5? No! I don't think that's going to be a want. Yeah, so there were, of course, that was a major concern. We had feedback from residents, from town staff. People want to be there to vote on the articles, but they're having to get sitters, and they can't go 4 nights, and, even if one parent stayed home, then the other one doesn't get to vote. So we have to consolidate. The managing partner for KP Law was there the last night. I don't know if you remember her, Lauren Goldberg. We are going to meet, and she's going to go over some ideas she has to help kind of really package our next warrant articles for fiscal year '27, as well as she has some great moderator tips. She has templates that, he could use to help and keep things streamlined, because, there were a lot of outside distractions too, and just to keep things moving. But other than that, does anyone have suggestions of how we can make things better? Yes.
Jacob.
Oh, sorry, I'm taking over your role. I'm like,
Oh, no, please.
I was like, yes, and what? Sorry, Madam
It's a
Chair.
team, it's a team.
Yeah.
Sorry, I have lots of ideas, but I want to actually hear others. But one that I wanted to bring up first is maybe the elephant in the room is, of course, none of us wants to be at a town meeting where we're facing a high number of voters that's getting dangerously close to making us not pass a budget. That's a risk that we all need to confront, I think, in my opinion, between now and the next one. Now, it's like, and I have multiple thoughts about it, and no one particular to blame about it, but one, as we come up with our suggested timeline, that's a later item for today, I wonder if there's anything we can adjust on our timeline to make it so that there's more availability for public to come in earlier. I know we tell them every time, / you tell me, because I wasn't on the board up until now, but like, go to the meetings, comment in the meetings, and that's often not a satisfactory comment to someone who's getting there and says, I don't have time to go to every meeting. But we've got to make sure that earlier on in my personal experience, let me just tell you my personal experience. Every time I've come to a meeting where I felt like I could present feedback, whether it's the fire station building committee or whether it's other meetings, by the time I'm there to give my input, everyone says the cake's been baked. It's too late. It's always too late. It's always too late. The cake was baked yesterday. Sorry. And our citizens want to get involved in putting the dough together. And if we don't let them do that, or don't engage them in doing that until the cake's already baked, it's a very unsatisfying, very hard to swallow message, I think, for a lot of the members of our community. At the same time, we do need them to engage earlier and tell us what they think is wrong, so that we're not hearing it the first time at town meeting. How do we do that? I don't.
So
Yeah.
I've been in municipal government for a long time, and this is a common theme. And we put it out everywhere. We put it on cable. We put it on our websites. We put it on the large electronic signs. We talk about it on, at committee, board meetings. There's, the information is out there. We put it in the newspaper, but it's just, that's not a person's normal day-to-day. I'm hoping that by bringing all of us together, appropriations, financial planning, Board of Selectmen, there will be more talk and more marketing of what we're doing and how we're all thinking. And my goal is to get us all on the same page.
Many people come to the meeting and don't realize what the articles are till they open the book and look at it. And it's literally before the article comes up for vote. I don't know how we influence that and change it.
We did a video on
You can only
every
get the horse to come to
article.
water so far, so many times.
Susan? Susan, would you mind going to the microphone?
My address, I'm on it.
I'll do it for you.
Right? I'm part of the
465
joint
Green
meeting.
Yeah.
Look, the way I looked at town meeting, yes, we can always improve on communicating and getting people out. I think the biggest thing that happened at town meeting is that people opened up their tax bills about a month before for May 1, and they saw the increases. They hear us talking about the increases. They hear us talking about Prop 2.5. The gentleman that really brought about most of the insurrection in regard to trying to bring down the budgets was very well informed and had done a lot of homework. So it was more that it's not really any one individual's fault in this room, but the last 2 years have been chaotic in Town Hall. Chaotic. And it got out into the community, and we had a chaotic town meeting because of the chaos here. We're settled in now. We've got an administrator that's been here for more than 6 months, which is a godsend. Yeah. We've got a new group of people that look like they want to work together cooperatively. That's great. We've got solid financial group people, and we've got citizens that are engaged that want to be heard now. So sure, we find ways, but we've got a lot of problems in the next year to 2 years trying to figure out how we're going to put budgets together. And we can't really, and we really shouldn't spend an hour and 15 minutes discussing leaves. We've got so many bigger issues for these townspeople that they care about. They're going to want their services in their schools. They're going to want the police department coming to their house and not closing the gate at the rubbish place. They're going to want the fire department arriving when they need the services. So we've got to figure out how we're going to put budgets together that we're not going to lose those services. Because I don't believe they're going to come to the ballot box and vote in an override for any of us. Yeah, so that's what happened at town meeting. It's been chaos for 2 years.
Yeah, well, the police are already there, though, and to push a button is not a big deal. I mean, having been a police, but otherwise, yeah.
We'll assume everyone remembers your name, Mr. Knight, and I forgot your address.
And I'm on appropriations. This is our meeting too.
They're just using the mic, yeah.
No, but well, first of all, so Stephanie, I think you got a lot of people noticed how transparent you were when you were making the presentation, because we did have someone who's not on the select board anymore, but who was pretty much being very evasive and kind of being a little bit of snake oil salesman. And got caught in front of everybody doing that, and you were very transparent, saying, hey, everyone, really listen to this. This is what we're saying, and that woke people up. So I think that you have a lot of credibility now. I think it's going to really help. I think, like Susan said, like now we have a little bit of calm. That should really help. But I agree that I don't think it's going to do anything to get people paying attention in September and November and January. Like no one's going to be listening, and that's when the operating budget is being developed. And the problem is you can't have somebody walking up and spending 3 hours trying to move to amend the operating budget. Operating budget has got to be an up or down vote. It's got to be. And we spent, like, the reason why this town meeting went so long is we spent half a night going around amendments to an operating budget. You just can't do that. So I just think, like, it's got to be, from the beginning, in that warrant article, it's got to be an up or down vote, period.
Mm-hmm.
No one can amend that thing because you just can't.
No, you can't.
You can't.
Got to be able to do that.
You gotta be able to.
Well, then you got to be able to, in writing, show us what line item and where you're going to balance it somewhere else.
Yeah.
In writing. And I also, if I was a moderator, I would have it in there, like, if you want to make any kind of motion, you got to be at the microphone, and you better already have that thing written and signed. Otherwise, sit your butt back down. It's someone else's turn at the microphone. Period. You want to make a motion, you better have it written and signed, and you better be at the microphone. If you're sitting in a chair saying, I moved a question, You didn't do anything. You're sitting in a chair.
Yeah.
I'm not recognizing you. Get in line, get to the microphone, then make your motion, because it's chaos. Someone's trying to talk. Someone's sitting in the back goes, move the question, and all of a sudden that person's cut off, and the moderator says, oh, someone's moved the question. Oh, someone there seconded it. That's the kind of stuff that made it so crazy. And then people who have been waiting in line are suddenly cut off. So if I was a moderator, I'd be like, if you want to make a motion, it's got to be your turn at the microphone. I have recognized you, and if you're making a motion to amend a warrant article, that means you already have it in writing, it's already signed, and you're at the microphone and you've been recognized. And if you don't have all that, sit your butt back down. And that's going to stop all these delays, because that is why the meeting was so long.
That's
meeting
what
was
the
long
attorney
because of-
suggested
Yeah.
too.
Okay,
Right.
good. Because you don't have to let all these people just keep shouting motions from their chairs.
Right,
Because
yeah.
that's what took hours, frankly. So I think that if we do that, I think that makes a big difference. And I think the moderator, because Fred's a great, nice guy. He's been the moderator for a ton of years. He's got to learn what things mean. So let's teach him. Let's let the attorney train him maybe. Have some training sessions before we get
Yeah,
there.
she has some great templates that
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, so.
Exactly that.
Yeah.
You know, you
Yeah.
can't shout from the crowd. I call the motion, you have to get up to the
Pass
mic.
out the ground rules.
And then anyone after that person is cut off.
Yeah.
Once-
I mean, we made videos. Yeah, I mean, I said we made videos about the warrant articles. What would be a 2 or 3 minute video of like what to do at town meeting? This
Here's
is
the
how you would
rules.
do this.
Yeah.
This is
Assortment.
proper. Yeah, exactly. You know,
Yeah,
just to
that's a great
roll it
idea.
at the beginning of each night. It's only 2 or 3 minutes.
And a
just to
one-page
kind of remind
voted list
everybody.
is with your packet. Here's
First
the
page.
rules.
First page.
Yeah, first page. Here's the rules.
Right.
This is how it works.
Yep, yep.
And there's no exceptions, and this is it. You know, and that way it's,
That's a
everyone
good idea.
knows. Because how many times does someone ask, what's my time on this? Well, look at your rules.
Right.
It's in your hands. So anyway, but I think that will help us
I like that.
avoid that chaos.
Yep.
John?
Could I,
Oh.
I'm sorry.
Did you have a comment on that?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on one thing that Jeff said. I mean, Steph started off the meeting talking about meeting with council beforehand, and one of the things that had happened was when the gentleman was trying to amend the budget, that would not have been an actual actionable amendment. We just wouldn't have had a budget. We'd have had to come back to a special town meeting had that passed. So meeting with, I don't know how we could control not allowing for amendments, but it should be in writing and it needs to be specific about what somebody would be amending. And that's the challenge that we faced that night, was the lack of specificity in that amendment. So that, had that passed, we still would not have had a budget. We'd have had to come back to a special town meeting.
We do really have to communicate better about how it all has to be done. I knew weeks before I went to that town meeting that someone was going to stand and amend that budget down. It was evident by all the chatter on Facebook, social media. It was very evident that that was going to happen. We've got to do a better job of explaining what happens at town.
Yeah, and maybe game planning, right,
Yeah.
is part of that, meeting with council beforehand and sort of going through like what ifs, or like, what if the budget doesn't pass? Oh, it probably will, don't worry about it. But, game that out maybe
Yeah.
a little bit better and figure that out. But
Yeah.
sorry, go ahead, John.
We should do all that. I don't think it addresses any of it. So I think we should do all the things we just mentioned. I think we should talk structurally if we need 2 meetings, one in the spring, one in the fall. Do we consider doing something on a Saturday and do something more conducive to families? We should have that conversation. All we're saying is well-intended for this audience, but that doesn't take the normal residents get dragged along a town meeting, and you got a mentality that develops in there. And I understand how it develops. It starts now. It starts with transparency, credibility, and trust. I want to see budgets this summer. I want to go through all the details. If I did what happened today in my job, and this isn't casting stones, we allow this, we need to do this, but if I had money in a capital budget and I put in an operating budget, and I did it over 3 years, and I did it in FTE, I'd be fired. And not that Scott did anything wrong, but we can't operate the town like this. We need to look at the expenses. We get treated like our own money. We can't just say it's there, you can spend it. That culture has to go away. We have a new town administrator, and I think the actions we take, and people are watching over the next 9 months here, will help set the tone of the amount of trust we earn and we get, because the trust is low. And I had low trust in the former chair, and I think it permeated throughout the town, and we can correct that. This is a cultural thing. We own it, we can correct it, but the idea that we can make a video, it's not gonna change the emotion people bring to town meeting. Like, we can be more structured, we can be better in that meeting, but the emotion people bring to town meeting won't change because we did some stuff. We can make it a little better, but it's not gonna change.
Right. I mean, I think that video piece, not to be flippant about it, was just, there were people who got up as like, I don't know how to do this or how I should do this, or, I heard people talking. Like, I think it could be useful to say, there's ground rules, and this is sort of how you conform and operate in a town meeting. You should be in line to make a motion. You shouldn't be shouting it from the chair. Don't do that, from the audience. That's, I mean, but to bring it back to what your point is, yes, if there's more trust in the people standing in front of everyone, delivering information, yes, I think that makes town meeting move faster. And I think that circles back to what Susan had said earlier. There's been a lot of chaos at town hall, both from the top of the leadership and things too much moving, and some chaos underneath on the boards. And I think that did permeate. And once you lose credibility and trust, you're right. Then nobody believes you, and then people are questioning things that they don't know that everyone who's doing this job is doing it in good faith, right? But they're not going to necessarily take our word for that. They have to believe that you have to earn their trust. So I think you certainly have a point there. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, Ken Pickard, 78 Whitney, Financial Planning Committee. So I know Lauren. I served as a Board of Selectmen in Upton for 3 terms. Lauren is excellent.
Smart.
But I think the biggest problem is what John said, was culture. As a member of this committee, when I first got on, nobody listened. This board would ask for our input, but they would never act on it. At least I never felt they acted on it. And even this year, I felt they didn't act on it. We need to have better communication, and you better act on it. You have experts here who are giving recommendations, and it's like, well, we don't have to do what they want. That's how I felt.
Well,
right?
and that's a good point, because it seems like there were items that didn't get support out of our financial boards, but we'll see what the town says. We'll see if we can sell them on it anyway.
And
I think it goes beyond that.
Absolutely.
The fire chief came to us, and about his turnout gear.
Yeah.
We asked, well, why are you doing all at once? Well, the selectmen want to do that. Did you have a plan to rotate them anyway? Because the law said you didn't have to do it right away. Yeah, I did, but they want to spend the money. And it's like, no, you can't do that. There's got to be a plan. You got to have, as long as those department heads have a plan, don't try to circumvent it. Well, this will be better. We'll do this. They're the experts. Listen to them. And when it comes to organizing the meeting, with all due respect, all the years as a selectman, nobody cares. They come in and they just, like John says, they read it the last minute, and this is it. I don't want to pay for that, right? So I think it is just more being organized, making sure our town moderator always set the ground rules. You got 3 minutes to speak. If it's reoccurring subjects, I'm going to pass over you, right? You can't keep saying, well, I agree, I agree, I agree. It has to be something substantial and different and new. And make sure that everybody follows that. And that's up to the moderator to do that. It's his meeting, and he has to set the tone and hold everybody accountable to it. But everybody has to be heard, right? And not allowing amendments. You can't do that, right? If somebody has an objection, they have to be able to make an amendment. It has to be in writing. It has to be presented to the moderator. And he has to have it. He doesn't have to even give a reason. He just says, listen, I want to reduce line 3 by $500. And people vote on it, and they say yes, no, or you move on, right? So you have to give them the opportunity. That's part of town meeting, right? It's not any of that, it's not complicated.
Wasn't the question, though, on the whole, drop the budget by 13%?
Yep. You can't,
It was
I'm saying you can't do that.
That's not a legit amendment.
That's not
It has
legit.
to say, these items
Yes.
cut equals.
You should reject that, because
Right.
our operating budget has line items.
Exactly.
Right? So line item, whatever number it is, I want to reduce that by $500. He doesn't have to give or that person doesn't have to give a reason. I want to reduce it by $500. It's written, you give it to the moderator, he asks for a vote. Do I have a second?
But I think at that moment, though, if it's an improper amendment, he's already had it written down, he presents it. If it's improper and he rejects it, you want to go change it right now and get back in line.
Right.
Get back in line.
Right, we're not waiting for you.
Now you can try
Right.
it again. If we don't get to you, we don't get to you.
But
And that's it, and keep it moving.
But that's moderator protocol, right? And that's what I think
Yeah.
Lauren will help with that. She definitely will help. She's very, very good.
Susan was for next. And while you're going up, Jason, if somebody does specifically say, I want to reduce, I don't know, some expense by $1,000, that would be okay?
Yeah, that's the democratic process that's allowed.
Okay, okay, we wouldn't have to not have a budget for small
No,
suggestions.
what I was saying is, like, Michael just mentioned this point, but if somebody wanted to cut the budget 15% just across the board, not specify what they're cutting in terms of the line items that are published in the warrant book, that's just not actionable, it'd be a defective vote.
Okay, gotcha. Thanks.
So the first time I stood up, I said that we had a lot of chaos. And going to Jonathan's point, the way to move forward is to build trust. And in municipal government, you build it through your process. We have to build a schedule for our budgets that starts a lot sooner. And we've got to be respectful to the board members that serve on these committees. You got to poll them and see if they can come to meetings. You can't just give them a date and think that they're going to just hold their breath and wait to see if it's going to happen. But we've got to build respect for one another into this. We've got to collaborate a lot more, and we've got to get on top of the budget right away. All right? This is, the school department, they will bring in a budget by October to the school committee to start to look at. They will have already brought in their capital items. This is something that we used to do. This is not Jason's fault. This is the chaos that's been here for the last 2 years. And when he came back, he barely could get a budget out the very first year. He had like 3 weeks to get a budget out. It was a mess here, and it's still a mess until we all start to realize we've got to start talking about the numbers. We've got to start being honest about what we can or we can't afford. And it's hard to say to an elected board, we have to stop playing politics. Sometimes you're going to have to make a decision that makes somebody unhappy, and they may not vote for you, but it might be the best thing because you're representing the entire town. You're doing what's best for the stability of the town. We got to make some rock-solid decisions and not be afraid about doing it.
Thank you. John?
Let's not forget, we had a financial summit last year. We brought the board together, committees, department heads, and we went through just about everything. And it was partly educational for the board members, the select board members. But we have a long-range financial trend monitoring system. There should be no surprises when a budget comes up. We know what's on a schedule to be replaced, that's got to be repaired, whether it's HVAC in this building or sewers or streets or whatever. There's no surprises out there. Some stuff does happen, stuff goes bump in the night, but there's an expectation of what's out there. That gate system you mentioned wasn't on anything we saw. You saw those financial trend systems the last 2 years, John. It was not there.
100%.
Okay? So there should be no surprises to anybody in this room.
Which
And anybody listening
was
in.
a surprise.
Yeah.
And then just to make one more point, as a financial planning committee member, I felt unlistened to. I would foolishly call in expecting to ask a question and just, I never get asked a question. And it also goes to the inputs. So in 2024, the director of the DPW came in and said, I need $360,000 for hook and ladder truck. And I said, does it replace anything in the fleet? No, it doesn't, but it has cool attachments like a transformer. It's really cool. I vote against that. And then we wound up using that money for the police station. Fast forward to 2025. I asked the director of DPW, where's the hook and ladder truck, the 360? I asked the guys, they didn't want it. It was too hard to break down. I swear to God, my blood pressure, this is why I'm here. my blood pressure went through the roof, and I don't know if people saw it, but I tried not to show it. But like, I want to look at every budget, every line item. I want to understand it. I've got experience in this. I've got, like, I am into detail. Like, we need to be better hygiene, and we need to change the culture, because right now, it's a little too much. We got the money, we'll spend it. No, we don't. Like, we're going to have to go and look at all the expenses and have the hard conversations.
Yeah, this is why we're all here, right, together. And a huge thing is that we're all on the same page, and we're supporting everything from appropriations to financial planning. And that generates trust with the community.
And challenging stuff. You need to challenge your department heads. Like, we get to challenge respectfully together, because this thing gets better with the more challenging we get through it. It's not just to come at the end and you're like, and it should have been challenged the whole way through. That school budget is challenged the whole way through. They're ready by October. The other stuff comes with, oh, I spent $2 million. How do I get there again? Oh, here's my $2 million. And that mentality has to go away.
Yeah, but I have to ask for this. I think Susan said, you know, with the board, the committees, we all need to respect each other. You guys also need to respect the department heads, and they are going to be in it with us together doing the budget. So we're all going to be saying the same things. And like you said, you know, right from the beginning, we should have been, this is why we're here. We're going to do it together. So everybody is uniform with their decisions.
This is the beginning.
Right.
Our start is now.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mr. Brankel?
We need a target for the operating budget. Over the last 2 years, we've had some massive increases, and I think a lot of the emotion we saw at town meeting was due to the fact that there's been some very, very significant increases in the budget over the past 2 years. We went through $4 million in levy capacity. We spent $4 million of ARPA funds. And we've got to start getting our hands around this. And I would propose that if we look at a budget target for next year, that we set by saying, we're going to make sure that we can come up with a budget that does not push us into an override. We can get close to it, but let's set that as a target. And then working with the town departments, we say, this is what we need you to live within. How can you do it? Now, it may be we come up with some things that have to go, that push us over that, but let's start with that as a target and figure out how we can possibly accomplish that. Another thing we've got to stop doing is we will do projects, and then after the project's done, for example, again, and DPW had an additional $50,000 in their operating budget this year to maintain the dog park. When we do these projects, we should understand both what the project's going to cost and what the ongoing costs are at the same time. And if we
Agreed.
can't approve the ongoing costs, we should rethink the project.
Yep.
So, because basically, we're an appropriations committee, and it's like, well, we have no choice. We have it here, now we have to maintain it. So, you know, we always talk about doing a level services budget.
Mm-hmm.
But the level services change every year, and we're not real clear on what they are. So
Yep.
I think if we start this year with a solid budget project and people see it, and we come up with some things that said, hey, these are the pressures that are forcing us over, and there are surprises. I mean,
Insurance,
healthcare
yeah.
costs, that,
Yeah.
you know, and that affects us all.
It's a big surprise.
But we've got to keep in mind, at the end of the line are our taxpayers and their budgets, their demands increase.
Absolutely.
And there's no one behind them to say, well, you know, who's going to cover this? They don't have anyone to raise. They can't go into their boss and say, hey, this is my budget, you know, you need to give me a 10% raise because my taxes went up 10%. That just doesn't happen. So I think we need to kind of look at it, and it's not disrespecting our town work. You know, they all work hard, and I think we've got great department heads in this town, but these issues, we all own these issues.
I
and we need
just
to share
hope
that.
that everybody realizes where we came from. It was, even when John Codere was here, it was a level service, everything, this
Right.
past budget, level service. But people forget about inflation. And so we're not dealing with 2.5%. We were up to like 12%, then 8, then 7. So we did so much with so little for so long, and now that's why we're at this point. So I just
Right.
don't want that to go unforeseen.
One of the challenges we do have is you look at, there is inflation, yes. And we can point at things
Material
that where the
costs went through
expenses
the
go up
roof.
way above inflation.
Yes,
You know,
yep.
you look at the cost of higher education, you look at the cost of medical, they are so far above the CPI, it's ridiculous. But that doesn't mean that we are constrained, and we need to look at those constraints, and we need to figure it out. And maybe it's going to be some hard decisions. Maybe we need to look and say, we're not going to allow, I think, Mike, you brought this up, the idea we're not going to allow residents to bring their grass.
I mean, that was a
clippings and leaves.
hypothetical.
It's a hypothetical.
Don't pin that all on me.
But it is, there might be some decisions, one of the things we talked with
Right, yeah, it's hard
DPW
choice.
about was raising the cost of the bag fees. Because we have, there's an allocation that goes toward trash pickup that covers the gap between what the bag fees bring in, et cetera, and and I just saw in the paper that Shrewsbury raised their bag fees. So, I mean, we need to look at those things and just find a way, kind of thing, to live within it, because we can't just say, hey, no choice, you, Mr. Taxpayer, are going to have to eat this big an increase because we need it. I think we need to identify potentially what it would be that we might not be able to do if we stay within Proposition 2.5 and don't go into an override next year. So I think the idea of maybe presenting this year and seeing if we can pull that off would do a lot to restore trust.
Oh,
to-
that is 100% our
Right.
intention.
Okay.
Absolutely. Yep.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
All right. Since he brought up trash bags. Since he brought up trash bags, I do not use the town trash bags. But what are we underwriting about $500,000 for trash? Yeah. All right. So I pay that as a taxpayer, but I'm not putting my trash out to be picked up by the downtown trash collector. So I don't see that it as an unfair thing to raise the prices that haven't been raised in 25 years. So I think that you have to look at it from everybody's point of view when you're looking for raising revenues. And I don't take my clippings to the highway department. Okay. So I don't understand that issue. But you got to look at everybody. You can't just think about the people that it's taking away from or it's going to cost more to you. Got to look at all of us. We're all going to have a little bit of pain. Well, I've carried the pain for the last 20 some odd years on trash bags that I don't throw the trash out for. I think you have to listen. Appropriations, I think it was first, who was it that brought it up on your committee? Terry brought it up. It's a legitimate question. How do you raise revenue? Do you sell buildings? Do you increase some prices in some of the services? You've got to really stop worrying and start cutting.
We have, do you mind?
Yeah, no.
Tim, can you offer your comments?
Yeah, thank you. I think that's an important point. Part of this has got to be, the focus is on cutting costs, but there also needs to be a focus on where we can raise revenue. Somebody brought up the cost for the dog park, and something that I spoke with Jason Little about was raising the fees on dog licenses and all the other associated costs with pets in the community, because those people are going to be using the dog park. So if we raise the fees on those things, and it wasn't exorbitant to cover the annual cost of the annual operating cost of the dog park. It's not a huge amount of money, but it's, $50,000 that will be covered because we found a creative way to increase revenue. We have the brush pickup at the DPW. Maybe we start selling stickers that you have to buy a sticker in order to gain access. Doesn't have to be a lot of money. It could be $25 a year, but if you sell a bunch of those, then you get some money in. You get 10, 15, 20,000 bucks in. You know, 50 grand at the dog park, 25 grand at the DPW, raising the cost of the trash bags. That's a teacher. Like, these things do add up over time. So I think in addition to, you know, everybody wants to restrict budgets and cut costs, I think there's also a responsibility to find ways to creatively raise revenue so that we don't have to cut costs as dramatically. Thank you.
Thank you.
I know our building department is looking at increasing their fees, so, and that has not been done for years. Yeah.
I was actually going to mention that.
Oh, okay.
Process, and
Mental telepathy.
I think that's generally a good idea, and I know he's mentioned that he was in the process of trying to bring it in line with par of
Right.
what peers are doing. I think that's a reasonable thing to look at for new revenues. Again, I'm a little, we'll talk more about that specific thing in a different context. Bigger picture, I had a couple thoughts that go back a few comments, so forgive me. Our bylaw already says the rules for conduct of town meeting is 180.070. And it says, other than what's in our general laws, what's in our code, the conduct of town meetings shall be determined by the rules and practices contained in the latest revised edition of town meeting time, so far as adapted to the conditions and powers of the town. It is deeply, deeply troubling to me, and I cannot underscore enough that I can't just find that online. There's a copy of it supposedly in this building somewhere. Supposedly there was a copy of it at the meeting. The fact that we, the residents, don't have access to the rules that govern our meeting by Googling them is a fundamental systemic problem we need to solve, and I think it's very solvable.
Linked, it was linked by.
that are not curious, sorry.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry, it was in the communications from the town clerk, was a link to the document.
No. That was a link to a summary document. It was not town meeting times. Town meeting times you've got to pay $40 for a copy of.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, there's a summary, a citizen's guide to town meeting. That is a citizen's guide to town meeting. It's not the reference document that our bylaw says is the binding law for our town meeting. So either we got to dispense with this bylaw, or we got to make the copy of the rules available to everybody. And if the Association of Moderators, who charges the $40 a copy, doesn't want to make it publicly available, then we got to deal with that. But I'm sorry, we cannot have a supposedly democratic process governed by procedures that the people don't have available to them. My opinion. Sorry. This is my high horse on that little point. I have a couple other ones, but I'll shut up for a second.
So I have a copy of that.
Oh, good.
And I printed it out offline, right? I gave it to the moderator at the meeting because was all this talk about how many minutes? It clarifies all that. This is
Exactly.
how much time you have, and this is how you talk about it and how you do the minutes.
It's not on, I've searched all over the deepest, darkest parts of the interwebs. It's not on there.
Take it off the town website. I did.
No, okay, I'd
All
love
right, so-
you to show me, but yeah.
Wow,
That's
that
good.
was then. I'm old now. I don't know if I can do it again. But I was able to find it, right? It is there, but again, it's in the town charter. It's clearly, this is the process, this is how you do it. But going back to what John says, the residents, unless you have that handout for them, but even then, they may not look at it and read it. It's up to the moderator, through the help of council, to make sure this is the rules, and he elaborates that in the beginning and tells everybody, this is how we're gonna conduct the meeting. I know there was a lot of talk about the fire station, how the presentation went on for an hour and a half, and they only gave 15 minutes worth of discussion.
And then I'm sorry to cut off, I was the guy that wanted to talk that got cut off with the motion on the question. But yes, go ahead.
So I think part of that, again, is protocol.
Yeah.
The moderator, in advance of the meeting, says, we're gonna allow 15 minutes, 30 minutes worth of presentation. That's it, no matter what it is, and we'll have the same amount of discussion afterwards, unless it becomes reoccurring. and that's it. But to allow a presentation to go on for an hour and a half and then not to have any follow-up is just not right. But that, again, it's all protocol in our bylaws. And I'm not from town originally, I happen to be able to search it and find it, so.
How many pages is this part of the charter that you're talking about? Is it
It's
something
like
that?
2 pages.
2 pages?
It's
Is
2
it something that
pages.
could be included in the?
I almost
Oh,
brought it
of
with me.
course, of course.
Great.
To
Yeah.
be clear, there's town meeting time, which is a
Not town meeting
revised-
times, this is the town charter. I'm talking about
Okay.
the town charter.
No, the town charter's online.
Yeah, it's-
Town charter, well, our bylaw 180070 says the town meetings are conducted under the rules, not Robert's Rules of Order. There was a question about that at the meeting, by town meeting time, which is a publication by the Massachusetts Association of Moderators that they charge some number of dollars for a copy of. I guess I should just fork out the money and get myself one. But I don't think I should have to as a resident who's bound by those procedural rules for my democratic process of the town. Sorry, I've already said that. point.
So you're just, yeah,
One more minute. Point of order.
Yeah.
I'm gonna send you,
the copy from the
I'm
charter.
gonna send you the link to it.
Okay,
and you can
that'd be
find it
great.
at home time.
Okay,
I love it.
and
But
you'll
just for
check with Jacob to make
clarification,
sure?
yeah.
It's not the Citizens Guide to Town Meetings, that's all over the place.
Yeah, I know
That's just
that,
like a
yep.
summary document.
Yeah, I know that. So you said 180.070.
070. It shall be made available by the town clerk for public reference, so I'm assuming it's here somewhere in a file box. I'm
Okay.
guessing, but-
Yep.
Okay.
Maybe we should become a city and just make it simple.
Yeah, let's do it.
Representative.
No.
Hard to do.
City council.
If I can just, maybe a couple more, just not as maybe
Absolutely.
exhilarating points. But I'm really for the idea of moving some of our warrant articles that are like changes to bylaws or things like that that are not directly budgetary related to a separate fall meeting.
Agree.
And maybe I'm preaching to the choir here, but there's several cascading problems that happen when you have a 4-day meeting. The first level problem is any 4-day meeting. Many people are in this boat, not only in this room, but in our town. We're a couple, we have 4 young children, 4-hour weekdays in a row. It disenfranchises one or both of us for all 4 of those nights. And for every couple who, one of them has to stay home with kids, that couple is half disenfranchised by system. Now, you multiply it by 4 times, that problem gets exacerbated. Plus, now we're having to do motions for reconsideration on every single thing because we're worried that they're going to come back tomorrow with a special group of people who are going to undo what we did today. Well, if we did all of our business today, we wouldn't have to move to reconsider every single item. Plus, and I think the point's been made and agreed, and this is up to the moderator, but if you're listening,
Point of order, I don't think that you can bring reconsideration the next night. I think it's just.
You can't.
Yeah, it's
no, at any point within town meeting, and town meeting is adjourned to the next night, you could bring, anyways, we don't have to get into that. The point is, we wasted so much time on moving the question when no one was even standing to make a comment, and motions for reconsideration. If you took that time altogether, that was several hours worth of time, I suspect. But anyways, whatever we can do to consolidate it to.
Candy every night.
But there's a clear risk that I'll state the obvious, which is that if you want to get something passed, put it at the end of the warrant articles and make sure to bring 51 of your favorite friends, because we had 102 people at that last article. And that's a problem.
200, 150,
Yeah.
110.
And so when we believe that this is our democratic process that's so sacred, and I'm not trying to disparage the process, I'm just saying it's not all that democratic when you think about it from the perspective that I'm sharing.
Yeah, that was everybody's thought process.
Yes, and I'd like to pick up on that. Is there any discussion at the state level that, or maybe there was at your conference, about really how town meeting worked in 1800, but, right now, it's not exactly.
Oh, it's so funny. So I brought up the fact, I'm like, it's only a matter of time before people are allowed to vote online, and there's a process and a way that, they could vet the people that are, and that really is being discussed.
Excellent.
I know, but, will I see it in my day? Probably not.
Well, we have to keep promoting it and talking to our legislators, right?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
It's funny, like my comment before, why don't we just become a city? It's like, I didn't grow up in Massachusetts, I grew up in North Jersey. My town was a square mile and had a town council and a mayor who made all the decisions.
Yep.
Like, the method of governance that worked prior to electricity, like, granted, I'm sitting here as a selectman as part of this process, but like as an outsider, not steeped in it or have like a particular emotional attachment to it, it's very inefficient. And, that's obvious, and we would love it if they would amend be able to change things or make things more streamlined. But we have to work with what we have to work with. So.
Right, yep.
Okay, any more ideas on town meeting? This is great. I just have one more request. I think advertisement started too late. The signs went up too late.
Okay, yeah.
And the problem is that school vacation is usually somehow just before town meeting. So they definitely have to go up before school vacation.
Okay.
Like early in April, second week of April.
And then there's the other thought process that, people just like glaze over them because they've been there for so long. But if they're new, like a week before, like, oh, okay, or 2 weeks before, that's when we put them out. It's a new sign. People are like, what is that? Oh, shoot. Oh, town meeting's in 2 weeks, and they put it in their phone. And because that's what happens. It's like you just glaze over signs and you don't even realize they're there anymore.
Yeah.
I never had a person say to me, I came to town meeting because I saw a sign. Never. Never. I've never heard one person ever tell me that they came to town meeting because they saw a sign in town. That's not what motivates them. But if you want to spend 15 minutes talking about it, okay.
I mean, regardless of the fact, we put it out everywhere anyway, but yeah, we can put it out earlier, online and,
And when did the robocall happen?
That was,
4 days before?
was it 4 days or 48 hours?
Do we know, do other towns do that type of thing, like the push notifications and the robocalls?
Some towns are like adamantly against it because it's only for emergencies.
I've always kind of questioned, I don't know how effective that is to kind of, to Susan's point, getting a automated phone call from Mitch Cohen really pushed people to go to town meeting, like, I don't know.
I don't know, but.
I don't know.
Susan, after 9:45, this is when you get a little loopy.
We have some over there.
So I think some towns use Code Red a lot for town news. So I think we just have to come to a decision about how much we want. We are very careful with it.
I would continue being very careful. I think an annual town meeting is important, that you should use it for that. But you shouldn't use it for, hey, there's a sale of plants at June.
Right.
Sorry.
Yeah.
That was a wrong example.
I'm with you, and I'm a plant person, yes.
So we had 800 people that first night. I don't think them knowing about a town meeting, they're there. So advertising, finding other ways to advertise it is not gonna make a difference.
We did advertise it well, but,
No, you had
But yeah.
800 people that first night, no matter what time.
800 people?
I think it was like 3.
I thought it was around 4.
Rounding up 5 at most.
I need some sugar.
Oh, okay, we're approaching hypoglycemia time.
yeah, right.
Okay. But I just want to say that there are people who moved to town who didn't grow up in Massachusetts and don't know about town meeting. And advertising it is a means of educating them too, that this is how our town is run.
Yeah.
So, and also people have very busy schedules. And I think, a few days before or a couple weeks before, it doesn't allow them to get a babysitter or, see who's going to bring the children to soccer, so.
It doesn't hurt to have it on the electronic side for a month. I mean, this is a low barrier to entry, so we get right in town meeting with the date.
Yeah.
I was going to say, sorry, not to belabor this sign conversation, but the 800-pound gorilla was the DPW's digital sign on Main Street going the direction of the high school, the days of town meeting, talked about our 250th anniversary event. That's what that sign said. It didn't say, oh, by the way, go to annual town meeting that's currently happening. I promise, because I noted that, and one of my friends who's new to town and new to the state.
Did it switch, though? Did it, because,
It never was talking about town meeting.
let me check on that.
That I saw, I guess I'd say, that I saw. But one of my friends was like, what's this town meeting? I was like, you drive on Route 20, the Main Street all the time. He's like, yeah, don't you see the sign? No, it doesn't say anything about that. Let me check that.
Wait, where was this sign?
Right past the DPW, well,
Across the police
in the
station.
direction
Okay.
of the high school from the police station DPW, that way.
I did see it say town meeting.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Okay, then I saw it at
for
a
some of
different
it,
time.
Not, but yeah.
Maybe it changed like,
Could be, could be.
right before it, or, okay.
But that's a great tool.
Sorry. Yeah, no. It's good.
No, I was just going to say also, I think we had a pretty healthy discussion about town meeting. I know it's almost 10 o'clock and we haven't gotten to Fran or to argue about who's going to be on the fire station building committee. So maybe we could kind of move it along.
Okay, just really quick to summarize this, and just tell me quickly if this is what you're thinking. So September, have the department heads forum, just so you can see where they're at. End of September, begin capital budget meetings. January, warrant articles, discussion. March, reconvene to review where we're at in the budget process. In April, the select board sets the warrant. But by that time, also, I wanted all of you involved in the warrant items, and to see, if we think that they would fly, if they wouldn't, if we should push them off for, a year. Who knows? But
What does this September end of begin capital budget meetings?
Because-
What does that mean?
well, you said, I had the,
Are you saying that we, the financial planning, will be meeting, or your departments are just going to start talking? about
financial
that?
planning will begin
Perfect.
meeting.
I love that.
Okay, yeah.
Great.
Where's the sausage really made? Is it that first meeting, departmental heads forum?
Well, that's the first item, just so you can hear where they're at and what they need, why they need it.
Okay, so that's
And-
where it really.
Is that
Yeah.
financial summit by a
meat.
different name, kind of?
Yeah, probably. Well, I just called, no,
That, or is
well,
it-
department heads forum, because it's specifically about the department heads and what their needs are.
That was kind of what, not to build.
No, what was it called before?
We called it the financial summit, but it was the department heads coming in front of all the boards and going over what their
Okay,
budget needs are.
financial summit.
Well, I didn't, I'm sorry, we don't have to change the name, I was just kind of equating
And that's the
it.
first time we did something like that with that larger group and the select board in a while. I mean, I've been doing this 5 years now, and we never did it in the 5 years that I've been involved on the committee.
Yeah.
Can I ask, are you saying that you want them to come in and say everything they want, and then you're going to show them the financial trends that say they can't have any of it?
No, they're gonna, no, I have department head meetings all the time. They're well aware of the direction we're heading. But there's going to be, I'm sure, in various departments, a need that they really do need this. So how are we gonna get there? And that's where the conversation.
And we need to evaluate it and balance it.
Yeah.
They came in with their wish list.
Yeah, well,
And then they were showing.
it's a tough Christmas.
I don't-
I didn't think that was helpful for
I
them.
didn't think those were wish lists. I mean, it was definitely an important listening session for all of us.
Right.
Yes, my point was, I thought it was terrible that then they were shown a financial
Oh.
monitoring trends that there was absolutely no way they could get any.
Yeah.
Right. No, they're very privy to what the situation is.
I hope it didn't come across that way, because that was definitely not the intent of that meeting. It's a challenging time. And
Jason, no, sorry, go ahead.
so I do appreciate that they came forward, and I hope, and if there is different feedback from the department heads, that they felt, disenfranchised by it, but I want them to have comfort to be able to share honestly what they need, and we need to be able to have those discussions about what we can afford.
All the things that they do and all the things that they need. I
Yeah.
just thought it was sad that then when we saw all the things we couldn't.
Right, I was gonna say, because then Jason kind of came up and was like, yeah, no, none of that, like this and that.
Diane, can you let the
Sorry,
caller in,
Jason.
please?
Yes, I'm not sure if it's related to this. We can ask him if he has a comment related to this discussion. Do you want to?
Yeah.
Bring him in?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of comments back to your discussion about the town meeting. First of all, the gentleman, I don't know who he is, was talking about town meeting time. They recently published the fourth edition.
Excuse
The
me,
price
before
is
you go on, would you
$79
mind
for hardcover
just stating your name and address?
$49
And,
for a
Mr.
softcover.
Picard, you're on financial
got-
planning, right? Because appropriations has a vote to do.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah,
Do you
but
guys
he's-
have enough
he's on
people?
financial planning.
He's up next Friday.
Oh,
Right, okay. Thank you for coming.
The second thing I'll tell you is that, as
Excuse
you
me,
can
excuse me.
probably know, I watch a lot of meetings throughout the Commonwealth.
Is that weird?
And the Somerset Town meeting this year was interesting because they used the clickers for the voting.
Hello?
And they had 49 articles that night.
Sir, can you hear us? Can you hear us?
Oh, wait a minute.
Did he drop?
Oh, no.
He hung up.
No, I'm here.
He's
I'm
here.
here.
You can hear us. Please identify yourself and your address.
Higgins, Northport, Alabama. Open meeting law enforcement. But the town meeting time, I don't know if you heard what I said, the town meeting time recently amended this year is now $79 for a hard cover and $49 for a soft cover. And Somerset this year used a clicker for the votes. And it went very well. It was a lot quicker, but they had a 49 article town meeting that night. And they did everything in one night. They had done about 12, 15. Like the gentleman said, there was like 100 people at the end. Yeah, the later it goes, more it leaves. But just thought I'd give you some feedback. Madam Chairman, congratulations on your appointment as the chairman.
Thank you very much, and thank you for calling in.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, I
Sounds
think
like
we
it.
better do that.
Perfect.
Thank you.
To present anything? Are we all?
If we're comfortable with his memo, can we just proceed with our motions?
I think so.
I think so.
Well, we all read, yes, you're right. That's what you said, right? We all read the
We
memo.
read his memo of
and-
June 5th.
And now we need to vote on the suggestion. Okay.
So the motion I have is for the Appropriations Committee. So my motion is I move that the Appropriations Committee vote to approve the 4 reserve fund transfer requests totaling $174,523 as presented in the Finance Director's June 5th, 2025 memo pursuant to Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 40, Section 6.
Second.
Only appropriations can second, I'm sorry.
But I like the enthusiasm. Yes.
Thank you for catching that.
Mr. Chair, it's been seconded by Mr. Brankel.
Thank you. This will be a roll call vote. Jeff Knight?
Aye.
George Brankel? Aye. Tim Kalin?
Aye.
Scott Rogers and I pass unanimously.
Why don't you go ahead and, or are you going to do the next motion for you? So-
motion for us.
But I think by order, unless it is a select board, it needs
You
to
have the
make
next
their
motion.
decision first. before-
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Madam Chair, I move the Select Board vote to approve the transfer request of $69,477 from health insurance to snow and ice and the transfer of $22,500 from the appropriation made in Article 31 for Melican Middle School pneumatic controls at the April 2024 to the balance of Article 30 for Melican Middle School hot water updates as presented in the Finance Director's June 5th, 2025 memo pursuant to Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 44, Section 33B.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yes, I did have a question on
Okay,
that.
all in favor?
Oh, I think,
Scott Rogers
If
has
it's possible to just ask a question.
Oh, sure.
Jason, in conjunction with deferring that pneumatics project, did the school committee have, or the administration have a plan for dealing with those pneumatic controls?
From what I understood and I think it's stated in the superintendent's memo, was that it was deemed to be inactionable. I don't know what their plan that they'd come forward with. It's in terms of replacing this
I didn't
this
see it in the
capital
memo,
project.
but I didn't know if there's additional information on what they do plan to do.
The next phase would be just to confirm with the schools that we would close this article out and there'd be a new project coming forward, or they just won't fix the pneumatic controls. I'm not sure what the options are, but from what I understand, that this was not going to be moving forward under any circumstance.
Thank you.
Any other discussion, questions? All in favor? Passes unanimously. It was Laura who made the motion and Jacob seconded?
I believe it was myself.
Okay, sorry, Mike.
I think I did.
All right.
A little late.
Sure.
All right.
I move that the Appropriations Committee concur with the Select Board and vote to approve the transfer request of $69,477 from health insurance to snow and ice, and transfer of $22,500 from the appropriation made in Article 31 for Milliken Middle School pneumatic controls at the April 2024 to the balance of Article 30 for Milliken Middle School hot water updates, as presented in the Finance Director's June 5th, 2025 memo pursuant to Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 44, Section 33B.
Any further discussion? Roll call vote. George? Aye. Jeff? Aye. Tim?
Aye.
And Scott's an aye. Passes unanimously.
All right, any other business for this joint meeting?
Could I ask one thing from a town administration point of view? We've got an opening on financial planning, and we've got an opening on appropriations that we'd like to advertise for application.
Absolutely.
Just spoke about that this morning.
Excellent, thank
Ooh,
you.
we've got some good candidates.
Any other questions?
Yes.
Could I
Do
get a
we have
motion
someone
to adjourn the appropriations committee?
I move to adjourn appropriations.
We didn't post it.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, George. This will be our last roll call vote. George?
Aye.
Jeff?
Aye.
Tim?
Aye.
Scott's and I, we are adjourned.
Thank
I
you
have to make
so
a motion
much.
for the select board.
Thank you, guys.
I have to make a motion for the select board, correct?
Yes.
To adjourn the
Yeah.
joint session.
So, yes, I'll make a motion to adjourn the joint session from the select board's perspective.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Perfect.
And
you.
financial planning,
Yeah.
They were never adjourned,
Because I don't-
they never convene.
never convened.
All right, okay. All right, page 2 of the agenda. All right,
Oh, okay. Like, all right, good to know. Good to know.
all right, so we are
Still
on,
there, do we have to
That's
call her and tell her
awesome.
to jump on?
So
I'll
awesome.
put a plug on this.
Or with Fran, right?
She's still here.
was she,
Oh,
okay.
good.
So we are now moving to consideration and vote on the appointment of Fran Baxtron to the Housing Authority. Laura and I interviewed Fran, and I would like to say that it was a very impressive interview. Fran comes with a lot of knowledge and experience and ideas, so just so you know, that
I
highly
loved,
recommend
oh,
it.
sorry. Yeah, don't know, I agree. Her interview was one of my favorites that I've been able to participate in. She brings a lot of experience from the Council on Aging, from working with vulnerable people in the community. She's got a really strong, just ability to understand a lot of the programs that they rely on. What I loved, though, was that when she came to the interview, she had already reviewed all the bylaws for the Housing Commission. She had already compared it to what towns around us are doing, and she really took an active role in how she can serve on that. So definitely highly recommend her for that position.
So is there a motion to?
Oh, yes, sorry. Madam Chair, I move that the board vote to appoint Fran Baxtron to the Northborough Housing Authority for an approximate term of 5 years to expire on April 30th, 2030.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Passes unanimously.
Thank you, Fran.
Motion was made by Laura,
Fran.
seconded by.
Thank you, Fran.
Is that Mike again? I
Okay.
think Mike had seconded it.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Mike.
Yeah, Mike did.
Could you sit there next time? Okay. All right. All right. Next on the agenda is representation on the Fire Station Committee, correct?
Yes.
Point of order.
Yes.
I believe we have a motion that's seconded on, that's open right now.
I believe you're right. From our last meeting.
Yeah, but then we had a discussion on that.
And we we decided to postpone because there was a question about whether the board chooses their representative or whether you do. Remember, we had a call from Mitch Cohen, who said that you appoint.
Yeah, but then you and I had the discussion.
But it's an open motion to the select board.
The motion is still open, is what John is saying.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, but you and I discussed, because we got further information that,
So basically, the charge stated that, so I make the appointments, my appointment has to be ratified by the board, but the pre-written charge stated that the select board's position on the committee would be chosen by the chair. That was the language of the charge. So that's what it is.
okay, and since I believe that I would like it to be a little bit more of a democratic process, I was hoping for input from the whole board.
Okay,
Rather
yeah,
than I
that's
make
fine.
the appointment.
Yep.
So, could you repeat your motion, please?
I move that the board vote to appoint Jacob Jones to the Fire Station Building Committee as the select board's designated member.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yeah, so I know at the last meeting, I expressed interest in serving on the Fire Station Committee. We had a lot of discussion at the last meeting. Jacob did say kind of reluctantly he would serve on it if elected, but he would have no problem with myself, that I would bring any concerns that the select board had to those meetings, to that board. I am a little curious as to my interest in serving on the Fire Station Building Committee, and I think I made fairly valid arguments for it, why it's completely ignored, and I don't at least get a motion, or I would just ask for an up or down vote for myself.
Since I made the motion and we had a lot of discussion on it, I thought when Jacob laid out the points he laid out very clearly, it increased my conviction in Jacob that he was actually the right person to represent us on the Fire Station Building Committee. And we have your leadership on the Peasley School Committee, so I think it's, I appreciate your excitement and energy around wanting to be in all these big projects, but I really would feel that Jacob is better suited for it. Laura?
And I just think with the Peasley project being what it is, I'd like to have different people. It's another big project, and it's a big time commitment. And I appreciate both of your interests, and I just would prefer to have Jacob, just from a time perspective and on such a big project.
I would say my concern, and I'll bring it up again, is just sort of the open questioning of and resistance to the fire station project that Jacob would bring. And if you guys have concerns that I think it's good policy, but I've been supportive of things that the fire department has brought to the select board. If you feel like, because that's how it frankly kind of feels like, that, well, Mike's supportive of the fire department, so we can't trust him on it, which I don't think is fair.
I'm not saying that, if it came across that way.
So I would prefer at least somebody who maybe voted in favor of it. Laura, if you can serve as our liaison to the Fire Station Building Committee, in the vote of the Select Board, you did vote in favor of it. I think that's important.
I just think, with where we are with the project and with, I don't think that Jacob's opinions are, I think they're going to help the committee get to the best solution for the community.
I just think calling $7 million of savings already a slush fund without any evidence of them treating it like a slush fund, I'm sorry, that kind of sets the deck. And, for all of us to go after the former chairman for seemingly loading the deck, that's how this kind of seems to me.
What do you mean?
I'm confused.
Former chairman loading the deck.
Doing things behind the scenes and coming to an agreement. We kind of left here seemingly with some idea that, there wasn't concern of me serving on the committee, and now there's concern of that. As far as time commitment, I'm fine with it. I would just appreciate an up or down vote on myself. If you all want to vote against me, that's fine. I would just like it on the record.
But happy to do anything, but I'm just like, I'm not, don't look at it as like an up and down vote on you. The preference is for Jake. I think you're very capable of doing it. It's not that it's a slight against you. We have a talented group of people here with different experiences.
Right.
And in all candor, like, you know, I think it's good to have an outside perspective that maybe wasn't involved in the whole station building committee the way it played out, because there were things I think if we slowed it down to retrospective, we could have got there maybe differently. But it doesn't mean that you're
I mean,
not
I would
capable
say
of it.
the cost increased because it was slowed down, but, yeah, I mean, I openly expressed interest in it. And it was like, okay, thanks, Mike, I make a motion to appoint Jacob. I would just like a motion, it could be
But I
seconded and
I
voted
made the
on.
motion prior to you openly expressing, I made the motion, and then you said, may I express interest in it? So I made the motion prior to you expressing interest in it.
I don't remember the exact, the
Yeah, I believe
timeline.
that's the case. And we do have a motion on the table. Jacob?
I mean, Mr. Teacher's right about how he characterized my comments last meeting, and for the most part, they haven't changed. There are some updates that do, I think, change my view of it a little bit. One, and maybe this isn't actually germane to the question, but I did try to attend the most recent Fire Station Building Committee meeting that happened the day after the gas leak on the site. I was very interested in listening as a resident. No one's appointed, everyone can listen. I was really disappointed that the audio didn't work on that meeting. It was about a 25-minute meeting. It goes open, it's closed, no audio. You go look at it on YouTube, last I checked, you can't hear anything on the meeting. I'm not impugning anybody or saying anything, but I was expressing interest in going to the meetings that are existing right now.
That's the first I heard of that.
Oh, I heard another person say that, too.
Anyway,
Yeah.
that's not-
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I should.
Yeah,
sorry.
so that's maybe not as germane, but I have always been interested. I was like, I'm interested in this gas leak that happened on the thing. I can think of 3 explanations. I want to hear what the Fire Station Building Committee is going to say about it. No, I didn't go in person because I thought it was available on Zoom. Turned out not so much. But I did also have, in my view, and Mr. Tejan's not inaccurate in the way he's described my opinions. I will say the slush fund, I very clearly said from my view and from my opinion, I wasn't putting words in anyone's mouths or saying anyone else was seeing it that way. But I did get a great opportunity this last weekend to go to an Eagle Scout Court of Honor of 2 of our residents, and I was lucky to be able to have our fire chief there at the meeting, and I won't go into great detail, but he and I sat next to each other and we had a good conversation with each other, and I believe that we will be able to have a good working relationship of trust and respect, and sometimes when you have a face-to-face conversation with someone and you can understand each other a little better, it's easier to see past, opinions that might be disagreeing, and that we're unified in the same goal in the end of the day. Anyway, so my hesitancies about being unliked on that committee, I don't have those as much as I did before.
Thank you. So, there's a motion on the table. Any other discussion?
I mean, I would just request an up or down vote on my appointment. If somebody would make a motion, I'd
I'm not sure
appreciate
that
it. but-
that would be needed if we vote on Jacob first. Well,
I'm not
let's
going to
see how
request
this
one on
goes.
mine. I mean,
Yeah, you'd have to withdraw your motion, so if you're not going to do it, I'm just asking, that's all I'm
Yeah.
asking. And if it's not going to happen, it won't happen.
Well, no, I think we have to vote on the motion at hand right now, because there's no other discussion. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor of Jacob Jones serving as our member on the Fire Station Building Committee, please raise your hand if you agree.
Aye.
So it's 4 yeses. Mike abstain? No?
No.
No, okay.
Opposed?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So now we move on to number 7, review and potential vote on board liaisons. So you all were very kind and commented to me individually about committees and boards that you were interested in. I put this together. This is a working document, and if there's something you want to get off of or add to your name, please, let's discuss it now.
I need to find it.
Oh, it's,
It's a page, well, sorry, it's a very deep in the 128-page stack.
so my only
The seventh
com-
from the last page. It's 122 of the PDF, sorry.
oh, no, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to
Go
cut you
ahead.
off. Thank you. So
It looks like this.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I
Here,
know.
you can share my screen.
I might share with Jacob.
I am happy to adjust if there's a committee that is of interest to someone else, but I did notice that the one committee I forgot to tell you about was the Trails Committee.
Thank
that I'm
you.
hoping to continue to serve on.
Okay, great. So add trails to Laura.
I also recognize that I've got a lot of committees, so if something,
I have few, I'd be happy if you wanted,
Or if
not
there's-
saying, not asking you to name your least favorite committee, that shouldn't be
No.
interpreted, but if there's one that you think that maybe it would be good for me to take, I'd be happy to.
So Laura, I gave you extra ones, but some of them don't meet quite that often, like benevolent funds. Do they meet frequently, or?
I don't, so the majority of last year, they didn't have a quorum. Have they got a quorum yet? So
And then, like, local emergency planning committee
they meet
meets
twice a year, although they meet at like 10 o'clock during the week. So if somebody wanted.
AM or PM?
In the morning. They meet earlier in the day, twice a year, and they have a neat charge. So they look at all of the businesses in town that work with hazardous materials, and they have all the plans in place for how the materials are transported, what the safety response is. It's all of the staff that participates. If somebody is interested in that one that can make those meetings, I would.
I mean, I'm typically, because my professional work is usually done on West Coast schedule, I'm usually available at 10 a.m., so that may work if you
I'm happy to make an introduction.
push that over
Okay.
to me.
All right, so you'll take local emergency planning committee.
That sounds good.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay. Anyone else want to switch or add? I kind of so for John, you were on financial planning, so I put you as a liaison. And I know you're interested in economic development, so the closest we have right now would be Master Plan Implementation Committee. And Mike, these are all the committees you were on. You requested not to, to let someone else do the interviews, so.
Right.
I accommodated that. Any other?
Oh.
Do you want to see a hard copy?
No, I'm okay. Jacob's walking me through it.
Okay.
Basically, yes.
Okay. We're trading cards over here.
Okay.
You could put the Municipal Code and Bylaw Committee on my column, if that's okay with everyone. It's on John's currently. And then we're figuring out which one of mine he's taking.
I'll let you choose.
Okay, so.
Open-minded.
I would say your choice between these two. Or these three.
Somebody wanted to trade cemetery commission for
So
fire station.
I would say, that's a tempting offer.
This is so funny.
Give you a 2-for-1, I'll throw Board of Health in
But
there.
I would say either conservation or open space, because those are two CPA committees that a little more diversity in
I would do
who's
one of those.
on those
I don't-
would maybe
give
be
me-
good.
Give me one of those. Want to give me conservation?
Do you want to take conservation?
Yeah, we're going to trade conservation for municipal code bylaw.
Wait, so John Ray is taking conservation?
Yes.
And Jacob is taking what?
Municipal
Municipal
bylaw.
code and bylaw.
Okay.
The boring, but important.
I got
Yes.
called out of my IQ.
No.
All right, okay. All right. Anyone else? So, can someone in the office, yes?
Yeah, take care of it.
Yeah, thank you. So you will get information on the chairperson, and you can reach out to them. There are some committees, like the conservation usually meets the night of ours, so if they just know who the liaison is, and
Okay.
you can keep getting the
They'll
information.
send all the contact information, like their email and.
And it's usually on
thank
the town website. under the-
And I'm sure there's an informal check-in, and if there's ChatGPT notes that go out or anything like that.
Okay. All right, I don't think we need to vote on this, do we?
You sent notes out, or we were doing that for a while at the financial planning committee, like the chat, the co-pilot,
Oh, the AI notes.
AI notes.
I don't know what we're talking about.
So when you do Zoom meetings now, they've got like an AI companion, and it'll give you like the follow-up, it'll do notes through Zoom.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, yep,
They're useful, keyword
Yeah.
searches,
okay.
But anyways, yeah, I'm excited. It's good. Thank you for dealing those cards out. I'm not sure how you did it with all the people throwing the committees at you.
I literally did it with cards. Okay. Okay, so reports. Let's start with you, Steph.
Okay, I'll try to go quick, I wrote a lot. All right, let's see.
Just so everyone knows, you have a beautifully written report in the packet, which,
It's very beautiful.
yes.
Do you have them?
Yes.
Here, right here.
I can't find, oh, here it is. I tabbed it and I couldn't even find it. Okay, here we go. All right, Davis Street roadway and sidewalk work. A paving project on Davis Street between Thayer and Davis Ave is underway. The work includes new roadway, sidewalks, and a grass strip. The section will be detoured and have lane closures for the next few weeks. Residents are advised to seek alternate routes and allow additional travel time. Memorial Day on Monday, May 26th, Northborough came together for a meaningful Memorial Day tribute. The parade featured veteran scouts, local officials, community members with ceremonies including wreath laying and heartfelt remarks. Thank you to all who attended. Fire station groundbreaking Wednesday, May 21st. Town officials, fire department leadership, and members of the Fire Station Building Committee gathered to mark the official groundbreaking of Northborough's new fire station. This milestone represents a major step forward in providing modern resources for our responders. We're proud to see this essential project begin construction. Community events, Northborough Porch Fest, sponsored by the Cultural Council. This event is scheduled for Saturday, June 14th, from 12 to 6, with a rain date of June 15th. Full details are available at northboroughculture.org. Be Well Northborough, last day of school carnival, taking place on June 17th at 1 p.m., Ellsworth McAfee Park. This is a popular event celebrating the end of the school year. The town administrator will once again host an information table. I didn't know that. All right, Career Day at Algonquin Regional High School. I was pleased to participate in Career Day on June 4th and engage with students about careers in municipal government, and they actually signed up for it, you guys. They did. They had choices, and they actually signed up for it.
Great.
It was a rewarding opportunity to connect with future leaders. Isabella, our Health and Human Services Director, along with representatives from Fire and Police Department, also participated. Clerk of the Year recognition. Congratulations to Town Clerk Andy Dowd, who has been named Clerk of the Year. This well-deserved recognition highlights Andy's exemplary service, dedication, and professionalism. We're proud to have him representing Northborough. This event was held in Plymouth, Mass. on Thursday, June 5th, and I was honored to attend in support of Andy. It was heartwarming to see him and his family. We surprised him. He didn't know that, but it's just a really quick story. So they had us all come like up to the stage, and he had just, been announced Town Clerk of the Year. So it was like his wife, his two sons, his daughter, and then me. And he was introducing, he's like, and that's my oldest child. Okay, White Cliffs Project, both respondents will attend the Select Board meeting on June 23rd. For further discussion and presentation. That's exciting. Collective bargaining negotiations, this is very important. Executive sessions I have to schedule with you guys, and it doesn't have to be a Monday. We could do it, I think, virtually is best, so Labor Council can join, and it will be easier on all of us. The Dullman's Club meeting, I had the pleasure on May 21st of, there are a lot of Dullmen. I walked in and I was like, oh my, God, it was so funny. It was nerve-wracking, but they were very nice. They even clapped for me.
Where did you meet with them? I got a really sweet voicemail from someone that was the head of the Dull Men's Club that wanted to go introduce myself to.
Oh!
Every Wednesday.
Senior Center.
Is that
the
I assume it was the
Senior
senior center.
Yep,
It is?
they were in the, when you go to the right down that hallway, and they usually are in the left. Actually,
Okay.
no, I've seen them in the other side too, so.
Okay, I can navigate
But
that.
they're, yeah,
I
they're
can
great.
introduce you to Bernie, who's
Okay.
the chair.
Yeah,
he's great.
that would be fun.
Yep.
He's so nice. The MMA Spring Conference, Diane and I attended May May 28th through the 30th. The event was held in Brewster, and it was actually really great. They had the first day roundtable set up with actual topics that we have to deal with every day. One being, I hate to say it, overrides, but overrides insurance, collective bargaining, personnel, how to deal with boards. But it was actually an amazing conference. Peaslee Building Committee, following the interviews, the committee deliberated on the selection of the owner's project manager for Peaslee Building Project. Initial scoring was extremely close between PMA Consultants and Vertex Companies. To address the tie, the committee considered various options, ultimately voting to remove the scores of ex officio members and recalculate the rankings. With this adjustment, PMA Consultants emerged as the top-ranked firm. A motion was made and seconded for PMA Consultants as the OPM and to proceed for the next phase of contract negotiations. During discussion, committee members voiced strong support for PMA's depth of experience, cohesive team structure, and effective communication style. The motion passed unanimously by roll call vote. MCPPO certification renewal, that's my procurement certification, and it's a renewal year, which wasn't fun. I was here all day Saturday.
Oh, no.
But I got an 86, so that's good.
Congratulations.
I passed. Yeah. Let's see. Staff safety training, that is tomorrow. So tomorrow, the town hall is closed from 11 to 1:30. We have, notified where there's signs on the doors. So that's important. We've been wanting to do this for a long time. So in the event of an emergency, how departments should react, special numbers to call, special, ways to protect ourselves. Police station painting update. Oh, I took a picture. It actually looks really good. We do have, we're working closely with the contractor, but the color mistake was fixed. It was a custom paint that we had, which, there was like this amount of blue, this amount of gray. Well, somebody had called it midnight blue, Benjamin Moore, so the contractor just picked out the regular midnight blue of Benjamin Moore, and midnight blue was black. So it was legitimately black. But I don't know if you can see it. This is the color of it. It's actually really pretty.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, it looks great. So things are coming along there.
Steph, do we get charged for that on a contract
No.
mistake? I didn't think so. I'd just like to
No.
verify that.
Absolutely not. Nope. And we had the email trail to show our custom color and
Yep.
everything, so thank goodness.
And how often is the project manager there? We did hire one, right? He was an architect slash.
It's the facilities managers, my understanding.
Well, Rick, oh God, what is Rick's last name? I don't remember, but so he basically is heading the whole paint project. So he works with Sean for, with the DPW, and they went over everything. We had everything in writing. We have the whole contract, so they have to stand by their contract. And they had no qualms. They apologized, and yeah,
Good.
they rectified it. The fire station gas line incident, there was, some of you may have known that the roadway was closed in front of the new fire station for some time. The fire chief reported, to the best of his knowledge, Eversource and the contractor, Eversource is the gas company, and the contractor that was hired for the new fire station met on the day of the incident and determined that the contractor's dig safe approval had lapsed, as it must be renewed every 30 days. However, the lapse didn't contribute to the gas line break. It was discovered the gas line was located approximately 10 feet off from where it had been marked by Eversource, with marking assumed to be Eversource's responsibility. Because the incident occurred within a state right-of-way and led to the closure of a state highway, the state conducted an investigation. During the process, the state raised concerns that the work had begun without an issued permit. A letter addressing this concern was sent to the general contractor, who is expected to respond. Fortunately, there were no injuries, and the town bears no liability in the matter. Responsibility may rest with Eversource or the contractor, who are currently working to resolve the issue. Clarification is expected, particularly as a permit will be needed before work can resume, because it is that's a state roadway. So yes, I'll keep you posted. Redevelopment of the former Motel 6 site, so Spark by Hilton is taking over. We're pleased to welcome Spark by Hilton to Northborough as it prepares to redevelop the former Motel 6 on Route 9. The project represents a meaningful investment with the community, enhancing the visual appeal of a key gateway into town. It also aligns with Northborough's broader goals for economic development by revitalizing a prominent property. The new hotel is expected to attract more visitors and businesses to the area, contributing to a stronger local economy and an improved quality of life for our residents. White Cliffs and for West Main Tour, we're looking at Tuesday, June 17th at 5 PM for the board, and, yeah.
How much time should we plan for that?
I would say, well, there's 2 buildings, so I'd say 2 hours, just to be safe. Assessment of development potential for the parcel on Lyman Street. The Commonwealth, DCAM, has officially declared the property at 0 Lyman Street, Northborough, as surplus under the authority granted by the Affordable Homes Act, which authorizes DCAM to convey surplus real property for housing purposes, including affordable housing. The property, currently under the care and control of the Department of Mental Health, will be made available for disposition with the condition that it's used specifically for housing. Following a review by town staff, including a site visit and GIS analysis, the parcel appears highly suitable for residential development, zoned resident RC. What's that?
Residential C, it's like
It's
either
not-
our lowest density or highest density of
Okay.
the residential. I can't remember which order it goes.
It says that.
Yeah.
Okay, it permits single-family homes by right and duplexes with increased lot size and frontage. The site is relatively flat, free of wetlands, and abuts an existing multifamily development. While multifamily housing is not currently allowed under RC zoning, affordable housing could be pursued through a Chapter 40B comprehensive permit, likely a friendly 40B, given the town's compliant status. Now, this information right here, depending on the development path, 15 to 25% of the units would be required to be affordable. After I wrote this today, I spoke with, I dropped a pamphlet in front of you. It was, it says Housing and Livable Communities. So I spoke with this woman, Raina, that was hired by DCAM to work with the municipalities, and she said that there's no percentage. So as long as it's housing, we're implementing housing, and it would be by bid. So we could bid $1, we could bid more. So go through this packet, and if we're interested, but anyway.
Steph, just to clarify.
Yeah.
This is this property half on Westboro, half on Northborough and Lyman Street? Or some percentage of?
Yes, definitely. It was Westboro State Hospital.
And then, so is it where the, is it by Chauncey, where they built the?
Little Chauncey.
By Little Chauncey,
I think it's
Yeah,
beside, right?
I think you're right.
where that new environmental building is that they did?
Yes, so one of the pushbacks might be from that development. It's a retirement.
Yes,
So
I know that area well.
So I told her, I said, that could be an issue.
Okay. Well, it's
But-
good. That used to just be a bunch of abandoned buildings, and now
Right,
not.
I know, yeah. So she said if we have any questions, if we have any type of, plan that they're willing to work with us. So another thing was, I think it was, one constraint, and I told her, is lack of public water and sewer service in the area. And so she said, well, find out how close you are, meaning maybe they could help us with extensions or whatnot. So it's an option. It's a decent place to put housing. So I will follow up with her. But, let me know your thoughts.
And in the additional packet, was there by any chance like a map of it?
Yes, yeah. But it's not in the packet. I'll email it to
Yeah.
you. I'll email it to you.
So it's the one that's,
It's-
what would be that, west of Lyman Street?
Across from Little Chauncey on the other side of the street.
I think it's on the same side as Del Webb.
Little Chauncey.
Here it is.
It's owned by Commonwealth of Massachusetts, second owner, Westboro State Hospital.
That sounds right.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna forward you the map right now. I'll just do all of you.
And Little
guys.
Chauncey's on the same side as Big
Sorry,
Chauncey.
I'm
but it's the
cheating. I have
smaller
our
one,
whole
right? Yeah.
GIS up over
I think
here.
it's
and
over
I'm
there.
just figuring out which one it was.
Okay, you'll see it. It's there's a map, and it's the first. I think it's the first. Yeah.
How many units do you contemplate could go on that lot?
So we said, let's see, because I think it was the planning department that.
It says it's
pulled the
134
GIS.
acres, that one. A lot of it's obviously going to be wetland and
There's a lot of hiking trails behind there.
No, the site is free of wetlands, actually.
It's 5 acres, but there's.
Okay, so I'm
but
looking at the wrong
yeah.
one. I'm
Yeah.
looking at 134
Do
acre
you have
lot.
your email on your phone? or no?
Yeah, I can pull it up.
Yeah.
How many acres is it, Steph?
It's 5, right?
No, I thought it was more, oh, I thought it was 25. Wait a minute.
I definitely thought it was more than 5.
What did you think?
Oh, sorry,
It's
it's
5.45.
5.45.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's total lot for Westboro plus Northborough?
No,
Or
just
off-
Northborough's.
I thought it was
Yeah.
more than that.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe that's.
Yep.
Maybe
So
that's-
it's the Westboro
Okay, it's gonna
line,
be
and
this
then
one.
we have 5.45 acres.
Okay, yeah, so it's actually on the east side of Lyman Street, in between Lyman Street and, it's the cornered spot between Hospital Road or
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah. And
Lyman
these are
Street.
soccer fields back there with the kid, yeah.
So it is on the same side?
Yeah, and I don't see any wetland markings on it.
It's on the other side of Chauncey. The east side.
And it's 5.45 acres, so that must be, it's parcel number 910010000. Sorry, just wanted to visualize what we were talking about.
Yeah, no, I get it, yep. And one more fun fact, I was watching Channel 5 News, and I saw like Algonquin High School, like high five, they do a high five. And this, he's a senior, is he a senior? Yes, Miles Lipka.
Yeah.
The runner.
I'm friends with the family.
So
Miles
cool.
Miles is an elite runner, homeschooled.
Shot put.
And the family is a bunch of sick athletes. The Lipkas are very gifted in the genes, very different from the Rays. But there's just a family of insane athletes. He's going to URI, and I think he's
Yeah, URI, right.
Yeah.
Yep. That was amazing.
Yes.
He's like so good.
he's an elite athlete.
Yeah. He was doing everything. Like he was just going over the hurdles like no problem. He runs, he shot puts like insane. Yeah. So congratulations, Miles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we don't have to solve this now, but I would like to understand what this means in terms of like, I know we're looking at it, like, we don't know, the state owns it, they're looking to sell it to the town.
Yeah,
or
it's
how the-
surplus, it's surplus property, and so they decided that they're only going to give it back to municipalities to bid on for housing because of our housing needs. And they said, we will work with you, like whatever you need, but we
Yeah.
just think
So-
it's very important.
So I mean, like, bid on against who?
Yeah, I
Like,
mean,
no
is
one
it-
can bid on it against us.
Because they're
buy
gonna
for a buck type
auction,
stuff?
it's going to go out for auction, so
So
maybe.
like Southborough could buy it, like,
I mean, no one's gonna take our
Westboro.
land. Could they?
It's
But
not
it's their
housing
land.
estate.
Housing
It's their
developer
land,
would,
Right?
Yeah,
right?
But
it's owned by Commonwealth of Massachusetts, right?
Right.
right.
yeah, but if a municipality has to buy it, who would we bid against if it's
what I'm
not,
asking.
if it's on our town line, within our town lines?
I guess anyone, because it's state-owned land, so if they put it out for surplus, like maybe a housing authority or a state, I don't know. I have
Could
no idea.
Also, it
our
wouldn't-
town buy it?
Yeah,
That's what we were talking about doing, possibly.
Oh,
yeah.
Buy it and then sell it, and it,
Yep, it says,
Buy it for $1, sell it for $1 million.
Oh, to a developer
go.
that way.
the Housing Association defines housing purposes as development of housing for use as primary residence. It's a streamlined process. It authorizes the governor to identify public agency land as surplus for disposition for housing purposes, authorizes public institutions to determine if the property is surplus and should be made available for housing purposes, and authorizes public agencies with DCAM, ANF, and Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities to determine their land as surplus and should be available for housing purposes. So anyone that wanted to create housing on the property, and I had asked her that, I said, does it have to be a percentage of affordable housing? And she said, no. Would we like it? Yeah, but it doesn't have to be. It's just housing.
Any housing, it could be like,
It could be like what CPC was doing with the, the housing for the veterans, that 8-unit, anything like that, too. So we could use CPC funds out of the, affordable housing bucket.
Can I just say that the planning board is meeting June 17th
Okay.
at 6 PM to discuss this exact topic.
Okay. That's good to tell her, okay.
And that is important because the state will accept comments and questions until June 27th. And I think you'll be getting an email from the chairperson, Amy Paretsky,
Yep.
about this.
And I just sent her, Raina, who sent me this, her information and, the plan and the background information, so she has it.
All right.
Yeah, that's it. That's all I have. Yep.
Laura?
Thank you. Just a quick one. I was part of the interview subcommittee for Fran for the Housing Commission. I attended the Memorial Day Parade, thanks to all the volunteers that made that possible. This past weekend, I went to the plant sale for the Garden Club at 135. Congratulations to them on their 100 years anniversary. I don't know if we've done a proclamation for them, but that might be something nice to do. And then also I know you're the Garden Club person, but I spent a lot of time with plants this weekend, and I wanted to say thank you to Gary Phillips, who created a beautiful native plant garden at the corner of Bartlett Street and Route 20. Thank you. So I really appreciate all the work that he's doing, and congratulations to all the graduates. And that concludes my report.
Mike?
Scholarship Committee, the committee has awarded $17,850 since 2022. This year, a total of $7,750 in scholarship funds have been awarded to 10 high school seniors. They wanted to thank, the community for their support and all who contributed to make those awards possible. Recipients were, and I'll try and say these names as best I can, forgive me if I mispronounce, Greg Alberti, Karma Bebabwe, Ryan Kavanaugh, Sophia Garris, Tyler Herod, Yu Kashi, Annalise Pachel, Isabel Rechia, Nicole Sarmento, and Alex Turgeon. You can always also go to their website, make donations online or by mail or by adding an amount to your tax payment or making a tribute donation to honor someone. Steph kind of stole my thunder on the Peasley Committee on.
Sorry.
That's all right.
I forgot about that.
The school committee has the K-8 school committee has reorganized. So the new chair there is Bryce McKnight, the new vice chair Lauren Bailey Jones, and Joan Frank as secretary. The youth commission is just attempting to fill positions on their board, and they will meet Thursday, June 12th and September the 2nd at 7 p.m. And they'll also be walking around the summer concerts trying to recruit people. So, and then cemetery commission, nothing new to report. I was going to make a joke about illegal
Being
dumping
quiet.
of bodies, but that concludes my reports.
To our imagination. Thank you. John?
Just on the Memorial Day that we all attended, I just wanted to recognize Mike. I thought you just gave such a poignant,
yes.
very moving.
awesome.
Like I thought that was a impressive, and just really thought I really
Personal, too.
yeah. I thought it was really. I want to say well done, but that doesn't do it justice. I thought it was heartfelt, and I was moved by it. It was really nice.
Thank you.
Jacob?
Thanks. I mentioned it earlier, but I as we discussed in our previous meeting, represented us in the town at the Eagle Scout Court of Honor for 2 of our new Eagle Scouts in Troop 101, Ben and Braden. So that was a wonderful event last Friday. And Chief Parenti was also there. We had a great showing from the town, lots of attendees. Those were great projects that they did good work for our town, teamed up with some of our committees like the Open Trails Committee. As I mentioned before, tried to watch a fire station committee meeting unsuccessfully.
Yeah, I'm going to find out about that.
ZBA, I think, is still looking for a spot fill. I think that's on our radar. We're looking for applicants for that, I think.
Yep.
Is that right?
Well, yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. I'm like, what
And,
she said.
Report-wise, I don't think I have anything further to add.
That concludes your reports? I just have one thing. The Marquis de Lafayette is coming to Northborough on June 15th, approximately noontime. His transportation is probably not modern, so give or take noon, but come and meet the Marquis.
And you also have no idea what that is?
I was like, that sounds so fancy.
It sounds really
Well,
fancy.
it's the 250th Revolution Committee.
Oh, great.
And since luckily I've been watching Benjamin Franklin on Apple TV, I think, I now know more about the Marquis de Lafayette. He was very young when he got involved and really helped turn the tide of the war. So we owe him a lot.
Well, that's a good Father's Day adventure.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, it is on Father's Day, right. Okay. Diane?
No report.
Thank you. Public comment, anybody here? Oh.
An iPad would like to speak, it looks like.
Do we have another public comment?
Yes. iPad Pro.
iPad Pro.
Almost 13
Hello.
inches.
Hi, please state your name and address.
You talking to me?
Yes. Oh, yes.
Lisa Maselli, 13 Maple Street.
Thank you.
Okay, hi, Lisa. What can we do for you tonight?
Well, a couple things. I did want to just kind of go over just 2 things that Stephanie had talked about in her report. The first one was about Davis Street paving and redoing sidewalks. And I wondered if we had actually followed through on that request that that a resident had brought up back in 2018 to be able to connect from Davis down to Proctor School, because this would be the time to do it. Certainly, it's not going to be able to be done once everything else is put in place. So I'm not sure where the sidewalks are going to be done, but that would certainly be something that somebody's been asking for quite some time, and it would be a connectivity and help all the parents who would like to be able to walk the kids to school safely. The second talks about the police station, excuse me. And there are things going on there that I haven't been able to get really firm answers on, and it's not just the color paint. The trim, I've been looking at the contract, and it states full replacement, and yet full replacement is not planned. And when you look at the building, and you're especially looking at the face of it, you can see 2 different colors as the board carries through. So I did want to be able to get some answers on the questions that I've sent along. I think I sent photographs to selectmen and staff as well. And it's now Monday night, and I haven't really heard back. I'm a little concerned with what's going to happen with painting in the rain and how that's going to affect the product 5 years from now. And so I'd like to be able to let people know that there are things going on with it, not just that it's pretty. I'm glad that we like the look of it, but I'd like to keep up with what's expected.
No, yeah, I was here when, Saturday, when when it was drizzling out. And it was, that was the section of primer. And when it never fully rained until later on, and he was gone by then, when I drove by.
Okay, I understand that, but the manufacturer recommends that no painting done 24 hours after it rains or before expected rain.
Yeah,
And it has rained, and that's happened for more than one event, not just this Saturday.
Yeah, I don't, I mean, I know it was the section of primer, and then with the trim, this was there's so much linear feet that's in the contract for replacement. There was never anything in the contract because we had to cut costs on the project. So the painting was not part of it. Our guys will have to do that whenever they find time. But the total linear feet has not been installed yet. So there's sections that need to be replaced.
Okay, because I noticed when I looked at it that when we started out with the first quote, that 1,600 was in the first quote, but then the second piece came in, the change order, which then took care of the whole building, and there was different language. I'm not sure, I didn't get all of the documents, but I'm not sure what the second quote actually included other than to do the rest of the building.
Yeah.
So if you could get me a copy of that so I can just
I think
pair it up with all the other paperwork that I do have.
Scott sent you a copy of the contract. It's in that contract, the one that you have.
That only talks about the first part, though. The second, like I said, the change order just says, it's just the written change order. It doesn't have the documents that he's agreeing to.
All right, let me look into that.
Okay.
Anything else? Lisa?
There's a few things more with the police station in terms of how the rest of the painting is going to be going, because they're up at the top. I don't know, what they'll be doing. They say scaffolding in the contract, and I don't think they've used it much, but it's certainly a safety hazard. And they're going to have to do 3 coats to match the rest of the building. So I'm afraid that if it's not done with the 3 coats, again, it's going to look different. It's going to fade different. And it's hard for them to be able to do that with an aluminum ladder on the roof going way up to the top. So I'm not quite sure how they're going to accomplish that. But I am concerned too with a few other things that I asked about, which was the underhang over the garage doors, which was not in the contract. The back door, the steel door that we paid $7,800 for, has never been painted. It was only primed, and the primer is fading now.
Yeah, they're waiting till last to paint that.
They're waiting till the paint's over?
Yeah, they're
Second?
painting that door last.
Okay, so they'll make sure that that's done. And I just timelining it for both of that and the under part of the garage, because you want to try to get everything done, obviously, in the same time period so that you have an age expectation for the whole building.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for calling in. Thank you for your interest. And if there's anything else, I guess, email us and we'll try to get the information out, right? Okay.
Great, thank you.
All right. Any other public comment? Anybody else on? Okay, and any other business? There's someone else?
Yeah. It's like flashing on and off. Can we check the participants, please?
Yeah, I
Did we accept him?
think
I
he
don't
put
see
down
it.
his hand.
Okay.
Okay.
That was Patrick Higgins,
Yeah, I'm surprised.
but I think he put it down.
All right. Any other business to come before the board?
Madam
Yes.
Chair, not to belabor, because we want to adjourn quickly.
It's early.
I mentioned earlier, I would like to
yeah.
see on a future agenda item, some item where we can talk about what's our view of financial policy, including but not limited to the issue we talked about. I 100% understand and appreciate Scott's explanation of, hey, I was just doing what I've been told to do. I understand that. And I even understand the logic that was explained earlier of why that was how it was done in the past, and hearing and understanding that. At the same time, we've got a lot of residents who that's not an acceptable answer for, so we need to address that. So I would like that as an agenda item for the future. Can
Can you email exactly?
Sure, if we can do that later, I just didn't know.
No, no, this is good that you brought it up, because actually Steph and I had a discussion. If you don't remember at the meeting what you want on on an agenda, please let us know, like, the Tuesday before the Monday meeting. Okay. So we can accommodate it, but, okay. No, I just need the wording for you to.
I can absolutely do that.
Okay.
The other ones, this is more of a, maybe just, we can follow up later on this, but I do have some outstanding items that maybe we could put on another agenda. But the issue I brought up earlier about the assessor's reserve, whether that's going to be released, what it is.
The overlay?
No, the overlay, yeah.
Okay.
I'm understanding that we have over $1 million in reserve, some of it going back to 2004. There may be a good reason why not to release it. Mr. Little seems to think there is a good reason, but I would like to know more about what is the reserve overlay for the assessors. I understand it's their jurisdiction to decide, but I do want to know about it. I think our residents do too. I'd like to know what warrant articles with excess funds in them over 2 years old.
Can you
Yeah,
go
sorry.
slower? Hold on.
Sorry, this is really quick, it's a short list.
Warrant articles, what?
Over 2 years old that still have funds in them, I would like just to have a list and a status of them. I know we're doing a good job to make sure those get all cleaned up, but I just want to help oversee that proceeding.
Yeah.
Maybe the other ones I can bring up at the next assessors board meeting because they relate to maybe to their stuff. I think there's an issue, a question at least, of whether or not outstanding personal property tax and excise tax has been cleaned up, or whether we have receivables on our books that aren't realistic. I don't know that, but I'd like to know that that we're making sure our books are cleaned up as much as they can be. So those are, sorry for the really minutia type of stuff.
Yeah. Do you mind putting those in an email?
I'd be happy to,
and
sorry,
email?
and I'm sorry to take everyone's time, just,
Yeah.
No, this is important.
yeah.
Yeah.
I would like to, and I'll maybe make this more clear in an email, I don't know that we got to the guts at our joint meeting, and I'm not trying to extend that conversation at all, about what direction are we going to give our department heads. I don't think we came to a consensus on that, and so therefore I don't think they have any direction, and yet we're going to expect them to then work on a budget in several months. I'd like to have a conversation about that. I mean, my opinion, which we don't need to, we can get about, I'd like to know what everyone's opinions are, because I'd like to say, let's start with actually level funding, and you tell me what we're going to lose and how badly we need it to stay between level funding and level services. That's what I'd like to know. I don't want to say, give me level services. I want to say, tell me level funding. I understand we're going to need to go above level funding, some normal growth, but tell me above level funding, what would you cut off if you had to? And why can't you? That's what I'd like to hear. That's my
Mr.
opinion.
Brankel, you suggested something similar, but you said to keep it within.
Within
Forty.
the levy capacity, in other words, what can we do?
Yeah, hold on.
Not
I'm going to get there.
And if I can, I love that idea also. My only concern about it is we won't know what that number is because it takes into account organic growth of our property values, new taxable stuff, and it takes into account a couple other things, plus the certification of our free cash, which won't happen until, I'm understanding, like July, August, September. And I don't want to wait till September till people first think about what would I need to cut if I had to make. So I'm not saying I'm going to require a level funding budget. I don't think that's realistic, but I would like to know what would we have to cut so that we can answer some of our residents' questions of, okay, if you're telling me what line items do I have to say to make my amendment go through, we can't go 11 more months and not have the level of discussion that would answer those questions. That's my opinion.
I like that idea too, and then we'll have an idea of where our potential opportunities
Right.
are. Because the problem is you can't look for those opportunities in March.
Right.
You have to look for them now.
So, thanks.
So.
Oh, no problem.
Yeah, that will be on the September meeting.
Yeah, it will, but I just want to be very clear, and it's my job to give you operation as a board. I'm the chief administrative officer, which means I deal with operations. So I want all of us, financial planning, appropriations, but this is my job as administrator, is to handle the departments, handle the budget. Is it important for me for all of us to be involved? Yes, but you also can't cross the line for the reason that we need to get stuff done too. So there's rules in place for a reason, and I'll definitely educate and show, like I was talking about standing policy, like you brought up an idea, let's make a policy, da-da-da-da. Well, it might be getting into the operation side. So we just have to work together, and that is my 100% goal. That's why I have it on the agenda tonight. But we just have to also respect each other's roles. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you.
Yes.
That's all,
Right.
thank you.
Any other comments, questions?
Just at some point, it doesn't have to be an agenda item, it could just be through email, just kind of curious the status of all the ARPA projects and kind of where they are. I know we
Yeah.
allocate a lot of money out to a lot of different
Yeah,
things.
we actually, we have an ongoing list. Yep.
That's a good idea. Okay, last chance. Would anyone like to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
Couldn't get it out.
Moved by Jacob, seconded by Laura.
No, that was definitely seconded by Mike. I couldn't get
I
the
would second anything all night.
All in
Get a first, didn't get a second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.